Good afternoon everybody, welcome here, I'm Cristiano Romano and we're here for the 4.5 hours of Red Bull Ring, the endurance round that always takes place in Sunday evening. Now for tonight there is going to be a 4.5 hours, as already said, always GT3 and GT4 on the same track. This time we are in the Red Bull Ring, which has a quite interesting history. It effectively existed since the early 70s as the A1 GP, rather the A1 ring, and then it got kind of demolished, and afterwards in the early 2010s purchased and rebuilt by the Red Bull management, which effectively called it the Red Bull Ring for a reason, and after that it has been famous for being the Red Bull Ring in Spielberg. Now this track also hosts a lot of championships from MotoGP to Formula 2, Formula 1, DTM, which back in the days, the old Class 1 DTM. I don't think that currently DTM comes here anymore. Speaking of DTM, there was a race. There was a race in Zandvoort today also. The MotoGP layout is slightly different from the usual. It has a little chicane in the middle. That's because of the incident that happened a few years ago, if I remember correctly, in 2021, where I think it was Maverick Vinales simply went straight without brakes. No, that was... Okay, Vinales was without brakes, but for a different reason. That was in turn 1. The one incident I was talking about, I think it was a Suzuki maybe. Anyway, there was a motorbike that went straight into turn 3, nearly hitting Valentino Rossi in the head. That was extremely lucky for him. But anyway, this little history about Red Bull Ring brings us here in... Hi Chris, thank you for the live timing. In our 10 turns racetrack, extremely short. This track is very short. Usually in Formula 1 you get about 70 seconds lap times. Matter of fact, the current record in Formula 1 is a 1:05.6, being set in 2020. So yeah, it's pretty quick. 10 turns, as I said, 4.83 kilometers long, but the majority of the corners are literally corners, 90 degrees angles for turn 1, turn 3, because yes, turn 2 is in the middle of a straight line, that's turn 2 apparently, and turn 4 is practically nearly 180 degrees angle turn. Then you have sector 2, which is a beautiful flow of turns. 9 and 10 are also 90 degree corners. But anyway, what's the situation? The situation in the championship. This is oh, the standards are working way better than last Thursday. West Competition Racing leads the way by a large amount in front of New Engine, Fisher Racing Esports, CMRC Endurance and 255 competition by Go Setup. At the moment the team in first has nearly 9,000 points, practically an entire 3,000 points of advantage over their followers in second place. And then in GT4, because yes, this is a multi-class championship, we have Dynamic MS Youngstars with 4.2k points, and another 1.2k behind we have Ford Club with Firefly Racing following, Apex Predators Racing Team, and Akibua Racing in 5th place. Now this is a priced championship, and the price for the winning team is a pack of ACC Drive lifetime licenses for a total of 10 licenses for their team. Quite a great gift for the team that wins the championship overall. But in any case, we are, I think, seconds away from the start of qualifying. So everything is in time, obviously thanks to all of our sponsors, Sync Nation, Nitra Concept, ACC Drive, which also brings us the Endurance Championship, Go Setups, KST.de and Sea Magic. These are the sponsors of our championships that effectively let us have all this environment in our favorite sim racing title. Now into will it work? Says yes, just give me a second, and yes it does. So we go now live with our qualifying. Apologies. Okay, now it's correct. It's our qualifying session, 20 minutes for all of our drivers, both GT3 and GT4 on track at the same moment. Rick Lafleur at the moment for CRT in the 105. If you are new to LFM, basically what you are seeing, the numbers are the strength of the team compared to the whole field. So for example, the car 105 is the 5th strongest team at the moment on track. And also you can understand the class by looking at the numbers. So you have the number 1 at the very priority, so GT3. The number 4 is for GT4. Usually the number 2 is for GT2. If I remember correctly, the number 3 is for Porsche Cup, maybe? Or it was the 5, I can't remember. Anyway, you can have a better look by doing the races in LFM, because there are plenty of races both daily and weekly. Now, a lot of manufacturers, few Mustangs for once, because in the tower you can see the rotation that brings you the nationality of the driver, the manufacturer of the car they are driving, and the current delta from pole time, which is blank for obvious reasons, since nobody set a time yet. Now we will go with Lafleur for our first lap into the Red Bull Ring, turn 1, 90-degree angle, second gear over the yellow curb. Not too much, otherwise you spin. Turn 2, which is this one, and then turn 3, which leads you into a good straight line. You tend to brake at a 100-meter marker. 2 different lines into turn 3. You can go for a more acute angle or a more soft approach. Then turn 4, over the curb on the inside. You tend to use the ascent from the outside, not too much, otherwise you get on the gravel. And then turn 5, about here in the 50 marker, while you're braking. It's the best place to brake. You also use the ascent from the right side. You tend to brake where the stuff ends and the tarmac restarts. Over the curb, but not too much, otherwise another track limit. There are a lot of track limits that can be breached here. And then here in the 50 marker, a bit early maybe for Lafleur. He could have braked later. And then final 2 corners to get over the straight. The main straight with a 127.8. You can see that he's using the curb on the left. That's perfectly legal. You can use the curve on the left to help yourself have some more space and effectively to have more speed towards turn 2 and then 3. Now Austin Brenham, apologies, for West Competition Racing. Sometimes the systems are quite tricky to get right at the first shot. 27.7. Lukasz Buszak is just following behind for Dynamic and Motorsport in the Aston Martin. A lot of Aston Martins in this race at the moment. GT4 at the moment sees Leon Leibold, the 406 leading the pack of GT4s. Mercedes AMG GT4 here is quite a good choice, always a good choice, the AMG GT4. Same goes for the Porsche, and usually also in the less, let's say, less speedy circuits, also the Genesis is a good choice. Not here. Here is awful as a choice. Lukasz Buszak at the moment for Dynamic Motorsport is currently about to set a faster lap time. The same goes to Austin Brenham, but it seems like Buszak is quicker than Brenham, although Brenham is now closing the gap and going quicker. So Austin Brenham over the finish line, 27.7, 27.1 now, so definitely quicker than earlier. And Kevin Brown, apologies, Kevin Brown is actually in first place with a 27.1. It was a 27.5 for Brenham, and a 27.7. It was an improvement, but a very little one for Bushak. So 27.1 for our new pole sitter in the CMRC Endurance by Armenia. In the Aston Martin, always the Aston Martin for the number 104. In this case, but usually they have the 76 as the main number. West Competition Racing still improving. The 102 is not over yet. 2 times at the moment for this team. Good improvement even here. Vladimir Shmael more than a second and a half, but he still is in 17th place. A couple of GT4s in the middle. There is also a GT4 sitting. Oh, it's the CMRC 104 actually, apologies, it was not a GT4, it's a leader. Leon Liebold for Overdrive X, just following another Amiga GT4, and I see a Mustang there. The GT4 lineup here is about to conclude the lap time and the set. The new pole up, 45.8 at the moment, just a tenth in front of Petzold with a 35.9 to 5. Oh, there was nearly contact between the two. Liebold's lap time is ruined because of that. Yeah, that was over the gravel, so that's the lap done for Liebold. As Konstantinos Sengel is now in 16th place, just in front of Meyer. And I'm seeing Marshall Raglan for close quarter racing close to the finish line. So this will be another improvement for the 112, although there is a GT4 in the middle, so no improvement will happen very likely. Yep, that's unfortunate for Raglan, who will not improve. Maybe there was a good time there. Meanwhile, Lafleur, the last couple of corners. 105 for CRT, always a good livery, this one here. That's over the finish line. We are an improvement. It was at 27.702. He doesn't improve his own position though. He remains in 5th place. As Kevin Brown still leads the pack by 2 times after Brenham managed to improve a tiny bit, but this is at the moment at 27.3 for West Competition Racing, so he remains in 2nd place at the moment. Thomas Gabinski sliding into the last corner, into turn 10, and for the Nismo it's 6th place, 27.905, so 7 cars with a 27. As Leon Liebold still... Oh, that's... oh, there is a contact. Oh, there was a crash actually for Liebold. There was a contact with another car for Liebold. It was the 112 getting involved. So it was cross-quarter racing. I wonder if it was all by themselves. Oh yeah, there was a contact. Oh yeah, there was a contact between the two, and it was because of the Aston Martin colliding with the Mercedes. Unfortunately, the camera wasn't really helping there. But I thought an outer view would have helped, but actually made things worse. But that was undoubtedly an incident with full responsibility for the GT3 driver. As Kevin Brown is now going back on the racetrack, 2 times only in front of Brenham and 5 times in front of Bushak. Annihilating the field at the moment. There is an improvement at the moment for Samuel. Samuel is improving in the Ferrari. Apologies, the McLaren, yeah, not the Ferrari. I was watching the Ferrari, but I was watching the Ferrari for another reason, because it was the car that we were following As the 117 goes sliding across the final corner, there were 3 temps on their name. Now there are 2, now 1, and it's a very little improvement. Matter of fact, it is an improvement, but only in time, since the 28.602 is not enough to improve the 17th place for them. Stefan Behrens, 7th place at the moment for Inflix Racing, with a different livery than the usual dark one they have. More clear one with some blue accents for the Ferrari lineup. But apparently this car is not improving the time anymore. So I will go back to someone who is doing it. Oh, Luca Lipinski. 1.4 seconds being gained. This will not be enough to improve the 37th place for the GT4 team here in the Aston Martin. As Kritin is improving by a single tenth. The single tenth could bring them up to 6th place. So Kritin just needs a very little push to improve the position. Bushak also improved just now, 27.5, but it is not enough, only 1/10 being gained. So as a whole, this is the 4.5 hours brought to you by ACC drive of Red Bull Ring. Multi-class GT3 and GT4 at the moment qualifying is on, and in 8 minutes the race will start for the whole evening, well, rather late afternoon and evening, and the commentary will go on for the whole race, although I will be changed in the middle of the race after Ben will then join me after about 60 minutes from the start of the race. So my hammer for I can't see the name, it's very, for some reason it's very little, for Reptile Racing. That was a terrible thing to do. Why everything is lagging? Oh no! I broke something, that's certain. Okay. Everything should work again. Okay, now everything works again. I'm not sure what happened. I just alt-tabbed twice and now everything works again. So that's perfect. Hammer, as I said, 10th place. It was an improvement at 28.0. But even for him, no position getting improved there. 7 minutes to go. Couple of attempts yet to be made, as Paul Ham is also improving for Northern Sim Racing, and Leon Liebold always trying to improve, but this time I don't think he will. He was 2 times quicker, but I think he missed a corner because after a couple of seconds it was 5 times being lost, so probably just cut a corner completely. As Ferrari number 119 currently in 22nd place, not really having a good time at the moment. They are improving by 4 times, so this will be enough to get to 19th at the moment. Oh, that's a miss. That's out of bounds. Maybe no, it's not out of bounds. It's actually just enough to keep it on track. That's a good improvement for Ham. 19th place. As said earlier, it was nearly 18th. By only 20 milliseconds, they didn't achieve it. So they are now in 19th place, certainly better than early on, where they were in 22nd. Kevin Brown is back in the pits, so probably there won't be an improvement from that team. There could be an improvement from Gabor Sabo, the 106 Samurai Racing team. Although I suspect Sabo is alone. No, there is Van Antal with them, so a couple of teams are alone. For example, we've got Kevin Brown and Oyster Brenum, first and second at the moment, they are both driving solo. Rick Lafleur in fourth is also driving solo. On the other side of the table, though, well, other side of the table, figuratively, in third place, there are 3 drivers driving the 103. As Savo goes across the line to put the car in fourth place, just behind Bushak, and certainly in front of the rival Ricky Lafleur for CRT in fifth place, who is not improving and is actually stopped on track. So if anything, this will not be an improvement for this team. David Wall, I don't think he's improving by 6.6 seconds. That will be phenomenal, because that will be nearly a GT3 lap time. As Geoff Boothby is now on track. I wonder if he will do another last first as he usually do. Driving solo once more. But I suspect he will do a last first as the usual challenge of his own. As David Wall goes across the line, so that's certainly not 6 seconds improvement. Luckily, otherwise I would have been quite perplexed about the legality of the lap time. Max Baumgarten, Mustang driver, that goes now in 13th place for Apex Predators, and so this is 13th place at the moment for Baumgarten in the 1-2-3 Mustang. So considering their strength is about 23rd, it's a pretty nice position for them at the moment. Brenham is still trying to improve his lap, but that 27.3 of these can't seem to be improved. He's currently still in second place with 3 minutes to go, so not a lot of time left. In the other class though, Leonard failed in the 403, currently in 5th place in class. And he is improved by 2 times. So this will not be enough. Oh, that was a Ferrari there, just asking to pass. And Luis Petzold is now leading the GT4 class for Dynamic MS Youngstars, as the 401 set 35.7 in the last lap, so current pole sitter in GT4, just at the very final moments. So now Leon Liebold and Luis Petzold are effectively battling for pole. Petzold is improving, Liebold doesn't seem to do the same, although there was a car in the middle, so possibly that was the reason. For it. Wonder if Petzold will be able to improve, although this Ferrari here is not really pushing. That's Gabor Sabo. Yeah, the fact that they are not on a very lap time also helps. So perhaps they actually impeded the GT4 without any effective reason, but we will never know. As Boothby is actually improving, so maybe he's not doing a last first this time around. Currently in 23rd. Wonder if he will complete the lap time. At the moment this will be... oh, that's an off track. Yeah, I don't really think they will improve the position. So he will go for the last first. Was more 28.4 anyway, so this would have been actually not that. Possibly it's the car is in race fuel anyway. So Lucas Bushak, third place, 27.4. Remember that he just needs less than 2 tenths to never mind. He just gave up on the lap, so he will be at least third. Because yeah, it doesn't have enough time to improve. And Brown is also in the pits. And all the cars from 5th to 8th are also in the pits. And Sao is not improving. Because there is a GT4 in the middle, so yeah, that's the lap done. So also Zabo will be at least 4th. As also Brenham is tied with himself. Petzold in the end leads in GT4, just in front of Leon Liebold. As Vladimir Samel, 17th place for the car number 117, it was 19th early on. As Brennan is said to have completed the oh yeah, that's why, because he went off track. So Brennan also is in second, and I don't see anybody really improving. So yeah, there is one car that is improving actually. David Hall for Team Shibot. The 410 is 30th at the moment. They needed 2 temps to improve. Swall goes across the line. This could be a very late improvement for GT4. No, it's not an improvement. So they will stay in 30th place. As Diego Speranzini will be the last car. No, wait, there is a 408. That still needs to complete the lap time. The 408 is actually said to have completed the lap. Oh, that was an off track for Speranzini, so also for him, that's qualifying over. So this is... Okay, let me just go here. So this is qualifying done for this evening. And in 4 minutes the formation lap will start. We will then go on for 4.5 hours to have a GT3 and GT4 race. Just let me get everything set. Just need this thing here. I need to... So yeah, remember also that there is a stint timer of 48 minutes. So not the usual 65 minutes. So they will go into the pits in 45 minutes, probably. 46. Well, one lap is about 90 seconds, so it should be 45, 40. Oh, it's close, but actually 46, 30. 40. There are a couple of teams that may go very, very late, like seconds away from the pit window closing. Because lap time is just less than 90 seconds. And if you count it by 90 seconds, you get to 48 minutes straight, flat. So possibly some seconds less. Maybe half the grid can get into the pits a lap after the other half of the grid. But in any case, grid is now being set. So this is CMRC Endurance by Barminia in first place, with Kevin Brown driving solo. West Competition Racing, Oystein Brennum also solo for the 102 in second place. Dynamic Motorsport by Kalinic in third place, with Gabor Sabo and Isvan Antal in fourth place. Ricky Lafleur will start for Calit Racing Team in fifth place in the car number 105. The Aston Martin starts just in front of Anatoly Kritin for Team 32. Milan Kiss just behind in seventh place in the 110. We share the car with Nandor Siko for Drive Thru Sim Racing, and Thomas Kabinski in the Nismo GTR. The car number 108 is in 8th place. Stefan Behrens and Guido Rifagen in Infelix Racing Ferrari number 113, 9th place. Completing your top 10, Konstantino Sengel in the 109 Ferrari. Mike Hammer and Pascal Rodel for Reptile Racing with a very interesting livery. And just behind them, it's close quarter racing with a free intercontinental driver lineup. Laurent Costes for the car number 111 Ferrari, and Apex Predators will start in 14th place with Vladimir, Mark Nussel and Sven Jager for Rapid Racing. Loris Owigel for Pixel Pilot will start in the 115 Nismo GTR, and Vladimir Samuel with Kirill Petrov will start for Naked Demons in 17th place. 18th place for Mick Swatko and Bernard Erde for Streiter Motorsport, and Scott Smith for Home Corp Esports. The Australian will start in 19th place. 20th place for Christian Buddy. Aston Martin for Octane in France, with David Fuchs also driving in the car 121. 21st place for Paul Hem, Klaus Trapp, Pascal Reir and Jason Lenz for Northern Sim Racing. And Niels Bunch Johannes Meyer for Streiter Motorsport. As George Buffy will start in last place. Luis Petzold for Dynamic MS Youngstars 401 will start in 24th. Leon Liebold and Moritz Schwing for Overdrive X in 25th place. Yannick Schumacher in the 402 Firefly Racing 26th place for the GT4 Mercedes-Benz, and the number 413 Slow Motion Racing will start in 27th place. 403 Oliver Martens, Leonard Fail and Robert Play for Rickelbon Racing, with the 404 Ginetta for Apex Predator Racing Team in 29th place. 30th place for the 410 Team Shibo, with the three German drivers in 30th place. 31st for Calais Racing Team with Sasha Wittig and Tobias Lungeberg. David Wall 31st place and Florian Jäger. Oh wait, there is something wrong there because it was the Mercedes. This is Kronos Racing Team in the 409, and clearly something broke. I think the confusing already. Okay, that's a good name for Richard Fichte. Luka Lipinski. So here, this country is not really helping here, because that's Akibua Racing in the 407. Michael Gremegard for Danish Sim Racing Club in 37th place. With Stark Industries Racing, Connor McLeod and D. Mayer in 38th place. And concluding your grid of 39 teams is the Italian Diego Speranzini, the very last place. So now, seconds away, well, maybe it's not second, maybe just a minute away from the start, side by side for all drivers, and then the race will start. For all drivers here, I forgot how to speak for a moment. For all of our drivers here, 49, isn't it? It is 49 teams, with half being GT3 and half being GT4. But here starts the Red Bull Ring, 4.5 hours, brought to you by ACC Drive. As the Ferrari is quite low on the standing, or Nuremberger is actually too much in front, and clear light, and away we go with a very good start actually by Sabo. And I think that's Milan Kiss making a great start. There was a little contact maybe between Nuremberg and Brennan, as Sabo still sits in 4th place. A couple of cars nearly making collision there, but nothing too much to worry about, as a couple of cars are not battling here for position, as Max Baumgarten on the inside. Oh, there was a lot of contact there, I think, between the two Ferrari, one after the other. That's Konstantino Sengel gaining a position on Marshall Ragland, and then behind it's a three-way fight, as also there is the possible switch of positions between Lafleur and Sabo for 4th, as Sabo maintains 4th place. It's actually Lafleur that nearly loses his 5th place against Milan Keys, who remains behind in 6th for drive-through sim racing. As Cali's racing team remains in 5th. Oh, that was a good loss of rear traction again. The Ferrari trying to get the overtake done, and that's actually Thomas Gapinski getting the position on Milan Keys. That will be for 6th place. On the outside he stays. So Milan Keys becomes the one being attacked rather than the one attacking side by side into turn 9. Oh, the Nismo goes very wide in 9 and then into 10. I can see the Ferrari maintaining the position on Gapinski. Not sure if it is 30, and as you can see, Gapinski with a lot of straight line speed. Oh, that's the wrong car. As the DTS Ferrari, unfortunately for Keys, made a tap with Gapinski, actually slowing down Behrens behind, letting Cretins and Engel pass through the car number 113 on the outside. They all go. It's a free wide situation, maybe, as Asomati thinks about it, but doesn't really apply for an overtake. He remains behind, maybe waiting for a big opportunity to arise, as the 118 is actually stopped on track. That's Johannes Meyer. And there was a huge collision between a couple of GT4s. We'll see the replay afterwards. But for now, Stefan Behrens still defends against Baumgarten. Oh, there was contact there between Behrens and Engel. Apologies. It was Engel in the other Ferrari. As behind, look at that. Side by side between Haar and Hammer, who lost a lot of positions since the start of the race. 17th place at the moment for Reptile Racing, as also George Boothby goes alongside and takes a position. Oh, there is a Ferrari off. Oh, that's Cosset. Yeah, that's Cosset in the wall, maybe. As Paul Ham lost another position on Hammer, and Swatko lost a position on Boothby. That's for 15th place. As the Mustang driver remains now in 15th. After starting from last on the grid for GT3. In GT4, Luis Petzold and Liebold are still one after the other, with Schumacher in 3rd in class. So we'll see what happened to the 111. So this is the incident that happened short time ago between the Ferrari and the Nismo GTR. Whether it was a contact, so there was clearly an overtaking opportunity. Oh, it actually was the Aston Martin behind, tapping them and throwing them into the wall. So that's what happened early on. As Martens and Schumacher are battling for position in GT4, there is a little contact between Martens and Schumacher. Schumacher in 3rd, now 4th. After Martens gains the position on the Mercedes-Benz, and also Pedro Silva gaining the position on Schumacher. And that's 26th place overall for Pedro Silva. But it's not over yet, as you can see here. The battle still goes on with the Mercedes taking the position back on Silva. So this could be a good fight into next left-hand corners. Switchback move, a little contact between the two, going sideways. But somehow saving the cars. But losing a lot of time from the rival with Oliver Martens, that thanks the two for losing time. Josh Boothby now in 13th place, and just behind that's Mike Hammer and Paul Ham battling for position. And in all of this, Vladimir Schmel is actually getting the position done on Paul Ham. This could be Hammer also losing the position on the McLaren driver, sitting on the inside, throwing the car into 3. A wide entry for the Reptile Racing Ferrari, side by side into the 3rd straight line, as Hammer gains back 17th place. No contact between the two, but it was very close between the Ferrari and the McLaren. Battling for 17th at the moment, as May Swatko thanks also him, the two battling. As Milan Keys just in front in 7th place, trying to get an overtake down on the GTR once more, side by side into 9. Kind of pushing the pink Nissan out of the racing line. And that's also Aston Martin going through, maybe slowing down a bit to avoid making contact with Gabinski. But that's Kritin now in 7th place. Maybe a bit of bump draft with Nismo. GTR as the Ferrari tries again another overtake. The 110 is just bleeding positions from trying to make passes. So, you can just go to the lowfuelmotorsport.com website and there are a lot of daily and weekly races on which you can participate based on your... Oh, there is a contact between Milan Keys and Behrens. Contact between the two into 3. That was a huge contact between the two, and that's Constantino Sengel getting the position done on Infelix Racing. Possibly some penalties will be applied after the race. Still side by side into 4, and that's Stefan Behrens now in 9th place with Engel back in 10th, with Infelix Racing gaining back the position on the Greek driver. As David Fuchs also made the position on Scott Smith for 21st place. There was also a change of position, maybe? No, there wasn't, apologies. Between Petzold and Liebold, the two are still 1st and 2nd. I actually wanted to see back the incident that happened between a couple of cars early on. Yeah, I think it was this one here. It was the 1-2 getting involved. It was Scott Smith. So yeah, oh, that was a huge contact actually between the two. Then leading into a free wide. And then there was, oh yeah, it was this one. Among GT4. So yeah, it was this one I wanted to see. With Florian Ziegler in 30th place, we can see what happened. Oh, it was a lunge. There was a car in the middle also here. There was a lunge. Oh, there was another car going off. Ultimately in the backyard of the camera. What was that? So it was the 1-2 maybe getting involved afterward. So this was the first contact. But I saw a car literally sideways in the middle of the straight. So there was an overtake from the Ferrari driver. Oh, that's a huge one. Oh, that's what happened. Yep. That's not great. And then finally there was this one here that just happened between the 115 and George Boothby. As Boothby tried to make the overtake, was there any contact? Oh yeah, there was some contact, but both drivers managed to save the cars. So that's a bit of flow of replays of what happened until now. So that's what happened to... I think it was Jonas Meyer for STR early on. That was the reason for the car being sideways in the middle of the road. But then I saw GT4 literally getting sent into the wall. So I just want to see if I can get that replay quickly. Maybe now that there isn't any overtake happening. I will try my luck. It usually really ends badly. So this was the incident. So yeah, probably this was the actual incident for Richard Victor. So you can see... Oh yeah, it was very unfortunate for the Alpine into the wall. And the Mimu had to avoid the car in the middle of the way. As McLaughlin was the BMW getting involved there early on. Very unfortunate for the Alpine. The BMW had to make a choice. As Kritin and Gabinski are also trying to switch positions, but without any resolution. Meanwhile, Bloody Har also made a position on the very same spot with Max Baumgartner. 14th for the moment for Bloody Har. So DTS, it was in 7th place at the very beginning. It managed to gain this. Yeah, this is the 4.5 hours race. Yes, this is one. But in the weapons you have plenty of races on which you can choose from. You have sprint, you have endurances, you have 3 hours, you have 90 minutes races. You have the Pro Series. You just have to have a look and just decide whatever you want. So the winner in the championship will win, well, the team winning, rather, in both GT3 and GT4 will win 10 licenses for ACC Drive, then lifetime licenses for ACC Drive. So that's what the teams are fighting for at the moment, as Anatoly Kritin entered inside the tries. Can he make the move into the 108? This time into 3. Slightly different than early on, but still same result, with Nissan keeping 6th place all by themselves, thanks to their huge straight line speed advantage compared to the Aston Martin, which is actually very good on the turning phase. As you can see, Kritin gaining a lot of time in the turning phase, but then losing time as the Nissan presses the throttle. Kritin is in a bit of a sandwich, because if he makes a bad move, he will end up behind the Milan Kiss, as the Hungarian driver is now in 8th place. Oh, now in 9th after going wide, 10th place. And now even 11th after Josh Bufik takes the position. As Milan Kiss went out into the grass, wide into 7. Between 7 and 8, rather. So very unfortunate. Meanwhile, at the very front, look at this. Kevin Brown lost a lot of time because of the GT4 field, and now there is a battle for the lead, as Konstantinos Engel also takes the position back in front of Kritin. It's actually Marshall Ragland that takes the position in front of Kritin and Engel. Also battling there, as Ragland and Kritin are battling for 8th place. Kritin ahead of Ragland, and now Bufby trying to take advantage of the situation, takes the position in front of Ragland, and now Kritin has to defend against the car number 101. As GT4 field already creates some mayhem. Kritin trying to defend against quite probably the strongest driver in the field. Now can Kritin defend against the Mustang into 9. As Kritin cannot make the pass on Gabiski, since Engel put the car in the middle of the way. Ferrari quite slow in this particular moment. Maybe there could be. Oh, there was Bufby losing time there. Oh, what happened? Ragland's off, and a good chunk of cars were involved. So something happened to the 112. We can see what happened from the helicam. So he was behind the Bufby. He then tried to make an overtake over the curb. Nearly spun. Lost 2 places because of that. As he or rather 3 places after the other Nissan also passes them, and there is a wiggle in front of Barons now after making the move on the inside. As always, the GT4 field kind of being the balance. As you can see here, there was Boothby making a very odd move in front of Kritin as to avoid the GT4 field who is bunching. Oh, there is a contact between Kritin and other Aston Martin. That was the GT4, and that Kritin losing the position on Milan Case after going for a sandwich. The Ferrari makes the move in the Aston Martin sandwich and takes the position number 9 in front of Kritin, who is still not giving up, at least against a wiggle. Free wide into turn 1 cannot work, and this is still free wide on exit. Now maybe 4 for a brief moment. I thought there was going to be a 4 wide situation. Now it's back side by side between Kritin and a wiggle, with a wiggle gaining the place number 10 in front of Kritin, and Barons following the Nismo GTR into turn 3. Can this be another overtake window behind Ragland? Nearly lost the place on Bloody Har, who actually lost a lot of time on exit speed. Stefan Berens now trying to take the position in front of Anatoly Kritin. This will be for 11th place. On the outside he tries. Can he make the move? On the outside, more rubber, but more difficult, because if you go on the marbles, it's game over. In fact, he just went on the marbles, and I think he lost a tiny bit of time against Kritin. Now still on the inside he stays. Can he take a place back without contact? But now the Ferrari takes the position, and that's 11th place for Berens. Now Kritin has to defend against Ragland, who has a better line. Oh, that's a terrible mistake for Kritin, who is now in 14th place. He lost a tremendous amount of time after losing the rear on exit, and he's now in 14th. He was in 8th practically at the beginning of the lap. In a single lap time he lost 5 places, as he's now in 14th place. As Samuel and Swatko also changed positions, with Samuel now in 18th place and Swatko in 19th place. In GT4, Luis Petzold still leads the way in front of Liebold by a single half a second, 2.5 seconds behind Oliver Martens and Pedro Silva in 27th place, with 28th for Yannick Schumacher. Back in GT3, as you can see, Stefan Berens nearly losing the position, actually maybe losing the position on Marshall Ragland. On the inside he goes into turn 3, no contact between the two, but a very, very close situation between the two, as Vladi Har may take the position on his own advantage to take 12th place at the very least, in front of Ragland, in front of Aston Martin, as the Ferrari maybe sends the car. No, he doesn't. He doesn't send the car. He remains behind. He thinks about the situation. Maybe throwing the car is a bad idea because of what could happen. Meanwhile, Josh Buffy, 8th place at the moment. Oh, the Ferrari nearly gets blocked. Actually, gets blocked by the McLaren, as Buffy also was taken a bit by surprise by the McLaren, which is the car in... Oh, Yannick Schumacher actually took the place in front of Pedro Silva, as Josh Buffy gains the place on Constantino Sengel. 7th place at the moment. As Leon Liebold, this was for the lead in GT4. As Buffy passes through, and may be a good advantage for the car in 2nd place. As you can see, Liebold practically following, not even following, actually making contact with Petzold, now in the slipstream, as Hammer also made the position in front of Kritin, but this is for the lead in GT4. With Kritin, who lost another 2 places. Oh, lounge into the inside. Can this be the position? Can this be the change for the lead? Little contact between the two into turn 3, but the Maserati has a better traction out in the exit speed, but the Maserati loses a bit of time against the Mercedes. Now into turn 4, who will be in the lead? The Mercedes uses the brakes and the ABS on their advantage. That's Maserati absolutely blocking the way of the Infelix Ferrari. And this is the fight for position number 1 in GT4. Leon Liebold is now in 24th overall, but leading in GT4 class. Meanwhile, you can see the Aston Martin getting there in the way, maybe putting an end to the fight for the lead in GT4, as Leon Liebold now leads the way, narrowly in front of Louis Petzold. There were some more overtakes in GT3 field, as I mentioned earlier. Anatoly Kritin lost a couple of places. He is now in 16th place. As the Maserati, oh, something huge happened to them because they lost a position on Oliver Martens. They are now in 3rd place. What happened here for Louis Petzold in the 401 car? We can see what happened. The mayhem. As Petzold also gained back the place on Martens. Oh, it was Kritin colliding with the Maserati, and that's you can see the McLaren passing through. As Petzold gained back the place on Oliver Martens, that's 25th place overall, but remember, 2nd in class, and also remember that every class receives the prize. So now Louis Petzold, 2nd place, just in front of Oliver Martens in the McLaren. As that was Antonio Kritin making contact with the Maserati, and Martens is still not over with it. There's a good chunk of cars make contact. That's Scott Smith. Apologies, that's David Fuchs making contact with Liebold, and the Petzold is also battling here with Sadarevich and Ziger battling for 29th place overall in GT4. For 30th, apologies, 30th place overall. As the 409 takes the position, as Wickle and Behrens are now following one another. Don't look at the tower, there wasn't an overtake between the two. Nissan is still in front of the Infelix Ferrari. And this is the battle for the top 10. With Loris O'Wiggle, last time it was 29.7 for the Nissan driver, 29.5 for Behrens, and we are really getting close to our pit window, because remember 48 minutes stint timer for all of our drivers, so about 24 have passed. Middle of the stint for all the teams, unless someone goes for something odd and changes the cycle, the pit cycle. A bit more calm as the Ferrari goes to the left hand side of the Nissan. That's the outside line into 9. Can it be the Ferrari getting the position down into 10? No contact between the two. It was a very good action there for Stefan Behrens, who made the pass even before completing the corner, throwing the car from the outside, closing the door and making the pass for 10th place. Loris O'Wiggle is now in 11th, battling again because Marshall Ragland is just behind and is not really giving up for close quarter racing. The 1-1-2 in 12th place at the moment. Can it be the position change into turn 3? As they are now approaching turn 2, so this one here. As the Nissan actually is not really giving up. Getting a bit blocked by the Ferrari, placing the car in a beautiful way, just in the middle of the road. O'Wiggle has a better car on the straight lines, but the Ferrari is just better on the brakes. You can see how the Ferrari is just better in the braking zone, and this is helping massively Bloody Har in Marshall Ragland in 12th place. Bloody Har also following in 13th. So O'Wiggle lost a good chunk of time now in the second, rather in the middle of the two sectors, first and second. The gap now is 1 second between O'Wiggle and Behrens. And Ragland is probably hungry for position. But we have to go back in second because this is the pass for second place. Oystein Brenum losing the position on Jan-Philipp Nuremberger. That's dynamic motorsport by Kalinic. Oh, contact between the two after the Aston Martin 102 got rid of the Mercedes GT4 possibly Nuremberger will not be happy about this as Brandon defends aggressively. There is a counter. Oh, there is a major crash between the Alpine and Nuremberger, with Brandon also getting involved there. I think there was a huge misunderstanding there as Zabo gets third place, as Wiggle loses 2 places, maybe more than 2 places. A lot of replays will go on then, I guess, because the 408 got involved once more in a pit maneuver for... well, not really for their own fault, just because they were existing, to be fair, as Nuremberger may try again the position, this time on Sabo, as Ragland gains back the position on R, and that's Nuremberger in third place, now back in third place, 2 seconds behind his opponent in second, with Oysen Brennan that gained 2 seconds because of what happened just now. Meanwhile, Vladihar is in 11th. I was wondering if there was any other overtake happening, so we'll go for a replay. First with what happened with Nuremberger in third place, the car number 103. We're 102 getting involved there. So this is what happened. You can see from the helicam. So the purple and white is Oysen Brenum getting rid of the Alpine. Oh, it was a good, very misunderstanding there. Good misunderstanding there between the Alpine and the Aston, unfortunately. And the Wiggle in the 115 lost a lot of time because of this particular incident. This was a Wiggle in front of Marshall Ragland and Vladihar. What picks the pilots, and that's Aston Martin maybe going on inside. Oh no, it was a contact between the two. It was just a contact, but that threw off the Nissan driver. Nissan, who is now just in front of Mike Hammer, as Vladihar is defending against Ragland. There was a contact between the two, as George Buffy is about to make the position in front of Gapinski. But this was the incident between the two cars, as you can also see behind the Wiggle getting maybe the pass done. See what happened. Oh, there was another contact there between the Ferrari and the Aston, and they took Hammer out of... Oh, there was another contact there, and this is a huge one, because Vladihar is spinning in the middle of the racetrack and taking out 2 other cars with them, and this is a huge one. Oh, this is a huge one for Vladihar, Max Baumgarten, and I think that was Lauren Costet. Another incident, and another time it is Vladihar. So the 2 cars very, very aggressive and angry, as just took the place there, and Mike Hammer and Marshall Ragland battling for position. This doesn't need a replay, that was pretty obvious from the helicam, as Mike Hammer takes the line from the outside. Maybe more contacts from Marshall Ragland, who will probably face a penalty after what happened there between himself and the car now in 23rd place, as Reptile Racing is now in 11th place. The 116 Ferrari takes 11th place out of Marshall Ragland's hands, and this is now 11th place for Hammer, with a Wiggle about to lose a position on Kritin, who is back in business after everything that just happened. Kritin is now back in 14th, with Ragland now that has to defend against his rival from the early minutes of the race. Yeah, that was a huge chant. Meanwhile, in GT4 still more battles, because Sasha Wittig and Pedro Silva battling for position on track. That's 28th overall. As Pedro Silva is using a different line. Costed into the pits, probably because of damage that has to be repaired. And the McLaren taking the long way around, and that's position done for Pedro Silva, 28th overall. Or if you are in GT4 class, oh, that's the Mercedes sliding into the left-hand corner. It's not over yet, though. It's not over yet. The two are still side by side. Can this be again another battle as I was saying, for 5th place in GT4 category, Sasha Wittig has to let it go, and McLaren gets the position. That's a bit of track. That's possibly a track limit violation as the Mercedes gets back into 5th place. So still not over. For Pedro Silva and Wittig. Wittig on the outside, Silva on the inside. These two are still battling. Zwigo lost another couple of places with the McLaren gaining a position on the Mercedes-Benz, and this time I think it's not over yet. These two are still going on. But probably this is far from over, although finally McLaren has a bit of space for themselves. As Vladimir Ismail and Paul Hem are also battling there into turn 3. We have 10 seconds on where the situation calms itself. Probably. So in these 10 seconds we'll see what happened early on with Bloody Har in the kind of a 114. There was a huge chant for that car, which then went back into the pits. I think it was also a 112 getting involved, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it was a 112 getting involved. But maybe I will wait a tiny bit for the replay, because I can see Vladimir Samuel being very, very nervous and probably about to make a pass in front of Paul Hem into turn 1, with the Ferrari defending as hard as they can against the McLaren in 17th place. So there was a little contact between the two, obviously. It was pretty visible. So that's why there is the yellow caution sign there on the tower. Still, these two are not really keeping up. Now Ragland is in 12th place, and if you're wondering what happened just minutes ago, if you didn't see it, so this was the incident that happened between the 114, now in 30th place, and Ragland. So it was a freeway into turn 1 that couldn't work, and then mayhem struck with a few cars also getting involved in the way, as Paul Hem just lost 2 places in one corner after, oh, that's Hammer off, and I think it was Ragland making contact with them, because I can see that little, yeah, there was contact again. Ragland getting involved in another incident again in turn 1, and Swatko getting the position done on Ragland. So now Wiggle could use this situation on their own advantage. We will see the replay afterwards as the situation calms down a bit. But it was once more Ragland getting involved in an incident, and once more into turn 1. As just behind, you can see a couple of cars getting wide. So that was also Diego Speranzini getting 35th place, and he was starting in last place. As Milan Keys made a terrible mistake. He lost 2.6 seconds. And there was a yellow flag also being shown, so the 1-1-0. In the meantime, we'll see what happened to Ragland. Just a lap ago. Against Reptile Racing. So we can go into the onboard camera. Braking earlier than them. Oh, it was just unfortunate this time. Yeah, it was unfortunate. Reptile Racing was already losing the car on their own. Ragnar was innocent in this incident. Couldn't have made anything else apart from braking, which he did. So that's just very unfortunate, as now Hammer is in 19th place. Greetings from the 410. Greetings from Team Shibo. At the moment the car is in 32nd place. And as they were starting in 30th place. So we go back on the GT3 field here. So Zedabawi, I already told you what the winners win here in the endurance. I don't know if you mean in the other championships, but if you wonder what the prices are, there is a page for every championship on the right side. So there is a prices page. You can see the there is a contact there. You can see the prices for each championship and for each position, because some championships have prices only for the winner team or the winner driver in the highest category, and some have it for the top three. But you can see every single championship in... Oh, that's Milan Keys getting the position done on the inside line on Stefan Behrens. Milan Keys gets 9th back as the 110 went out of track early on to lose the position on Behrens, and now he gained it back after making a move on the inside. It's still not over. Infinix Racing was trying to make the move there on the inside, but that can't work at the moment. Milan Keys is still not over with it, although he started in 7th, so he lost a couple of places as of now, but they have 10 seconds of gap with Kritin, as that battle went on for a lot of time, and by doing so they also lost a lot of time with the quicker cars. As Engel made a contact with the leader in the GT4, Leon Liebold. As Pedro Silva in the 413 and Sasha Wittig made contact clearly. So I wonder if I can go into... No, maybe not. It's not really a great idea, because I can see there is also the battle behind between Swatko and Ragland. So maybe we'll wait a bit to see what happened in the GT4 field. Swatko has gained 6 positions since the start of the race, as the Aston Martin number 120 for Titan Motorsport currently sits in 12th place, sitting in 17th, or 18th place rather. The 18th place. And here the battle still goes on, although Sasha Wittig and Pedro Silva made another contact. This battle was never over. And he's still in front of Behrens. As of now, I can see that things calm down a bit as Silva and Wittig are still changing places, although there is now a portion in the middle, so this could be Wittig taking back the place on Silva. But I'm so curious what happened early on, because I could see a lot of warnings, and I can see my race control being filled of these two making contacts. I think I can just put the camera here and stop using it, because they are certainly having a good time of their own time. Don't know what I said there, I'll be honest. There's not really anything meaningful. But now Silva still on the inside, trying to defend against Wittig. No contact between the two, maybe. Yeah, no contact. Just Silva defending very, very hard against his rival. As Sasha Rajcevic is in 30th, 1.5 seconds behind. And remember, these two are effectively fighting for 5th place, or 5th place in class. But if you want to be involved in these races, remember that the Low Fuel Motorsport website has a lot of room for a lot of drivers, and also from different categories and strengths. So you have GT3, GT4, Porsche Cup races, you have endurances, you have sprint races, you have everything you want, and it's all in the LFM website, so check it out if you want to get involved in these races, because they are not closed, they are open to the public, they are effectively open races, if you want to call it like that. Just more organized than the usual, as they are daily and weekly. Milan Kiss and Stefan Behrens side by side into the main straight, and that's Stefan Behrens taking the place on Milan Keys for about 20, not even 15 seconds maybe at best. Yeah, exactly 15 seconds after Milan Keys gets the position done again on Behrens into turn 2, and then turn 3, right hand corner side by side against Ferraris here, so the car is the same, they just change in setup and ability, but Milan Keys remains in 9th at the moment, with Behrens just following behind. This track is phenomenal. I really love this track. It always brings a lot of racing. It's Monza, but better. And I say it as an Italian, honestly. I feel like Red Bull Ring is Monza, but better in some aspects. 45 minutes have passed, so this means that they have only 3 minutes left on their steam timer. Well, apart from some. For example, Neusler, the 114 that was sitting in the pits for 2 minutes for how much damage they had. They already made their pit stop, so they will be able to go on. And that's the first car in. Stefan Behrens chooses to bring the car in. And it's the first of many, very likely. As this fight still goes on, and Mercedes takes the position. Sasha Wittig now in 28th place, in front of Pedro Silva, and Michael Zakharievic is just following behind now. Look at this. As McLaren is back in 28th, this battle has been phenomenal, let me say it. This has been phenomenal. As the McLaren is now back in front of the Mercedes-Benz AMG GT4, with Oystein Brennum now passing through, and that's a pretty wide for, let's say, 1 second, with 2 GT4s and a GT3. But the Mercedes are actually losing another place, and this time it's not against Pedro Silva, it's against Michael Zakharievic. Although that's Wittig going back in front in 29th place, just in front of Nuremberger. in third place at the moment, as Sabo is now in the pits. So very likely everyone else behind will go into the pits. As the Inflix Ferrari goes back on the racetrack. And this time, Wittig is fighting. Nearly going into the gravel to defend the race line. This will hurt his current racecraft, as Pedro Silva in front already gained 1.3 seconds. And Zakarevic is not really giving up. Zakarevic. Okay, no, I just read it correctly now. Zakarevic. Okay, I can make it. I think I can say it at least twice correctly in the whole time that remains to me. So not much, but it's doable. Jokes aside. Now into the pits. Kevin Brown goes in. You can see the timer. Only 50 seconds remaining for every single team that still hasn't pitted. As Oystein Brunum is the next car in. Nuremberger, third place. Boofby will follow now in fourth. Ricky Lafleur in fifth. And Gabinski in sixth. Are the only cars that remain. And quite frankly, I don't think there is any issue. That was Lafleur nearly collided with Boofby actually in the pit entry. As Gabinski is now into the pits, you can see the flow of cars. Luckily for all of them, it's not. That's Engel actually getting in front of Zico for the 109 in front of Drive Through Sim Racing. So that's 8th place at the moment for Engel. Zico lost the place on the Greek driver. As Inflix Racing is now behind the DTS car. So better pit stop for the DTS lineup in the Ferrari. Also Petrov gained a place on Christian Buddy. Naked Demons in front of Octane and friends. And in GT4, the situation remains the same with Luis Petzold now leading. It was a damage repair. It was damage repair for Leon Liebold. He lost a lot of time. That's also why. Because Luis Petzold went into the pits. But he didn't stop. He just went in for a drive-thru. So that's why they are now leading. They just went into the pits for a drive-thru. And Matthew Hughes in the 404 Apex Predator went into the pits only to refuel the car. So not to change tires. That's why the GT4 field is now shuffled. Different tactics. I don't see anything odd that happened in GT3 field. Apart from Bushak that was stationary for 5 more seconds, possibly to repair the car. And Erday too, for Sidehead Motorsport, now behind Buddy, was also in for a bit more time. Loris Wiggle also in 16th place at the moment, 45 seconds pit for the Nissan driver. 37 also for Smith, for Rodel, Punch for the other STR car made it in 48 seconds, nearly a minute for Campik, Coste 90 seconds, and Neutler nearly 2 minutes. Those are also from early on. Meanwhile, that's the overtake done for Edrey on the outside, on Christian Buddy. Just in front, that's Ricky Lafleur in 6th place, against Istvan Antal for Samurai Racing Team. The car number 106 is now sitting in 5th. In front of the Kalitz Racing Team. As Nandor Zico lost another place, this time on Guido Raff again. The 113 Ferrari. So Inflix now back in front of DTS. The situation has just come down a bit. Apparently, all the cars colliding made them damaged, so they had to pit and to repair the car, and this completely, apart from shuffling of the grid, put a lot of gaps around. No, Brown has a 12 seconds lead on Brennan, who himself has a 7.6 seconds lead on Bushak. Boofby, another 4.5 seconds behind. So Race Racing team was the car of Gabor Sabo from early on. So that's why they are now in 5th. And I'd like to see if in GT4 these two are still battling. And the answer is no. The CRT is now in 27th place. Where is my McLaren? So I lost my McLaren. I'm very sad at the moment. So this is the Kronos Racing team. Oh, Slow Motion Racing is here in 30th. It was a very slow stop for them. But it's also because it was just a very slow stop for them. They lost a lot of time on their... Oh, there is contact there. There's Close Trap and Pascal Rodel getting involved in a contact. So you can see what happened. It was against Reptile Racing. Oh, there were a couple of stop and goes also being put in place. As you can see here, Reptile Racing tried an impossible pass, which then led to some contact between the two. So there was a stop and go for two GT4 teams. It was a stop and go 40-second penalty for speeding for both Diego Speranzini, now in 39th place, and for Maurice Wing in the Overdrive X. Oh, this is a huge one. They were leading the race early on, so that's why they are not leading anymore. It's because they had a stop and go 40 seconds penalty to get rid of. It's a major one. It's definitely a major one for them. I'm still very... confused as to why there are now 10 seconds between Moreira and Logenberg, as they were fighting early on. Meanwhile, Wiggle and Christian Buddy also battling. This is for 15th place. This could be a very quick one. Buddy is in bleeding positions at the moment. Oh, actually making contact with the Nissan. Little tap for Wiggle, as Scott Smith will possibly follow the overtake on Buddy, who is currently lapping in 41.6. Meanwhile, in 5th place is Van Antal, still defending against Rick Lafleur. The Canadian driver is not really finding a way through. At the moment, the car is in 6th. Last lap for Antal was a 9.4, 9.1 for Lafleur. Compared to Boofby's 8.2, It's not a great lap, but Buffy is the benchmark at the moment. He's the fastest driver on track at the moment, 28.2. But not the quickest car, since the number 104 leading the race made purple lap some laps ago, 27.960 for that team that is currently leading the race. So with 3 hours and a half to go, still a lot that has to be said. Although Thomas Kapinski is actually gaining places. And these two are also battling for position, with Trapp losing a position for Reptile Racing on... oh, apologies, Rodel for Reptile Racing losing a position on Klaus Trapp for Northern Sim Racing Community, up 4 from the very start of the race. Oh, that's a huge snap oversteer for Rodel, and nearly lost the car altogether. And ironically, behind them, it's Marek Neusler, their rivals from early on. I think Lafleur has a chance in the upcoming minutes. So there's also the battle for position in GT4 with Matthew Hughes and Sophia Gregory for Kronos Racing Team. 409. Always nice to see some women driving on track. It's always a good thing that it's not anymore only a male thing to like cars. Like, everyone can like cars. It's a nice thing to... it's a nice hobby to have, and having gender disparity in these is such as a dumb ideology. If anything, I think racing is one of the few sports that effectively let you balance the usual say troubles of having two genders, because physically and etc. Blah 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 blah. Like, you can't put the same in the same competition, but in racing you can. There is really nothing stopping you, and we also see it many times, especially in GT3 with the Iron Dames that are not only good enough to stay with the men that are always there, etc. In the mainly sport, mainly sport available, and actually winning races, because Iron Dames were capable of winning races in the past, and they still are. Remember, they have a 24-hour class win. 24-hour SPAC class win. So this is my call for saying that if you are a woman, don't be shy. Just throw yourself in. Nobody is going to judge anybody unless you're slow. Then we will judge you. But that's the only thing that makes us judge each other, being quick or not on a single lap time, not who you are or where you come from, and it's a very good thing always. Meanwhile, Anatoly Kritin and Nandor Siko just switched positions. So we can leave a replay of how it happened. So this was the overtake between Kritin and Siko. Oh, it was a mistake, yeah. That was a mistake, I think, from Siko. Another where he tapped the grass and then he lost momentum. So that's how Christine went in and took the position number 10 in front of Siko. And left eye racing here, still battling with Klaus Trapp. And in GT4 there's also Schwing that is trying to gain back as many places as possible. As Petzl is already in the pits. Remember, they are on a different strategy. Because they just pitted to... Well, they didn't actually pit, they just went through the pits. And so... Now Josh will be only 1 second behind Lukasz Buszak. And you probably heard the ping, because I didn't mute Discord. There is a reason for that ping. It's because Ben is in the commentary booth. Welcome. Give me 1 second because... Why aren't you working? Because Discord is not working as always. Okay, now it is working. Yeah, fantastic stuff. Thank you, Discord, for working only once, I guess. It's always...
There we go.
Discord always has some problems. Welcome. How are you doing?
All good, all good. Been enjoying from the sidelines. I've been prepping some good battles going on here for quite a long part of the race at this point, right?
Yeah, Red Bull Ring always delivers, especially because, well, it's Red Bull Ring. You have 2 turns and 4 straight lines, so it's quite hard to not to create any racing here, any battle. And the multi-class aspect has been quite the factor, especially because of the GT4s being not by their own fault, but simply because they exist in the middle of the way of the GT3s and creating some important scenarios, let's say, because the GT3s always try to take advantage of the situation, and sometimes it goes very, very bad. So that happened too.
Yeah, because of course you've got the 2 different speeds of traffic, and if you get caught on the wrong side of a GT4 as a GT3 driver, it can really mess up what otherwise might have been a good attack.
Yeah, there is the rule that effectively you being the GT3 have to find your way. Sometimes things just don't work out. You may think, oh no, this driver will just go into the inside. He actually goes on the outside and everything blows up in your face. So that's how it goes. I've been there, done that. Like as a driver, usually you just have to guess and hope for the best. I'll be honest.
You've got to have a bit of blind faith almost.
Yeah, oh, there is a cutoff. There is a cutoff in the grass. Yeah, sometimes you just have to go 50-50 and hope your 50 is a good pick. Especially in this, yeah, especially in these speeds, even because Red Bull Ring is not really a low speed track. Like you have, I don't know, for example, Brands Hatch, where you have slower speeds, although a different style because it's way narrower than many other tracks. But you have slower speed. In Miller here, you are, apart from 2 corners, always using the flow of the racetrack. So you kind of have to trust the car in front to not make any mistake. Sometimes misunderstandings happen.
So say there is a lot of trust. And I mean, with 39 cars on the track, you've effectively got 2 full races going on at the same time. It's tough to juggle. You've got to find your space. You've got to trust the drivers around you to be predictable, and that is a big part of these races being successful.
Very, very true. Very, very true. That's why also they have more a good popularity even in real life because of the LMS, of WEC, IMSA, Pilot Challenge, every other multi-class that doesn't Creventic, even if LOL Creventic. But there is that. There are many multi-class racing series in real life championship for a reason. That's also because they are quite usually the most interesting ones, and they always provide good racing one way or another. Even because if there is no racing, the lower class will create the battles one way or another. So it always works out.
It's intense. It's exciting. It's a strategic challenge as well as a talent challenge. I don't know what the word I was looking for there. I just ended up going with talent.
I hear a little bit of Italian accent. Yes, I'm Italian. I know it. I know sometimes my accent gets heard. I'm working to, I wouldn't say get rid of it, but at least have less accent in the way, but sometimes it comes out. So, yeah. I'm Italian, by the way, so yeah. Ben is fully British. 100% British accent, so he will be the usual commentary state of mind that I always shout and mispronounce surnames from certain countries.
I mean, I'm not immune to mispronouncing names either. I've got called on it many a time. Work in progress.
But yeah. Ok, sei italiano anche te. Ok. But yeah, I was Cristiano Romano. Now Ben will jump in for the next 3 hours and 20 minutes. And, well, it was a fun first stint. And now the rest of the race will be brought to you by Ben here for the remainder of the race. It was nice. And I will see you all in, if I remember correctly, in 2 weeks for the Pro Series and then the Endurance. But in the meantime, every Fool's Day and every Sunday, there is commentary from LFM, where it is from Ben, from John, and from all the team. There is also the German stream, so be sure to follow also the other streams that will pop up in the upcoming weeks. Thank you very much to everyone that has followed so far, and I will see you all next time. Now there will be a little pause in commentary, but then everything will come back just like it never happened. Just 2 minutes while we switch between me and Ben, and then we will come back.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Thank you for the patience while we did the quick changeover, and thank you, of course, to Christian Romano for the excellent commentary up until that point. My name is Ben Sapsford, and I will be your host for the rest of this endurance race. We're 48 laps deep. We're on board with George Boothby right now, but there's plenty to look out for around the track. 39 competitors, GT3 and GT4 alike. A lot of different races that we've got to keep our eyes on today. I mean, Boothby's on a serious mission right here from sort of back of the grid start position. Now currently sat in P4 and seriously putting some pressure down on Busak in the 103 Vantage. Not the only one under a bit of pressure. That's Riphagen. So Anatoly is on the chase as well. A couple of GT4s making way. Blue flags certainly getting their mileage out of tonight. See how the race plays out. It's going to be an interesting one as we get to the later stages of the session, and the main thing on my mind is who is going to be able to remain consistent. So we are in split one of the ACC Drive Endurance Championship, and that's going to mean we are seeing the best of the best. Looks like we had a little bit of an off from Scott Smith just a moment ago, dropping a few seconds. Let's see what's happened there. Try and get a bit of perspective. So Scott Smith right now. See where he's at. So this is the 122 Vantage. Coming up to the back end. Oh, brutal shunt on the back of the GT4 there. It was different races, but still got to get around the other cars safely. Be looking on with ire from the steward office. Looks like Boothby managed to get around in that time as well, heading into lap number 49. And Busak's trying to keep up, but is losing time fast. That Vantage not quite having the push on the straights compared to the Mustang that really is able to open the taps when it comes to the start-finish straight. I think he was able to get the move done there and lock it in through turns 1 and 2. Let's see what we can do here. It's got a bit of traffic as well. There's going to be Creighton making a move on Riphagen, sorry, as well as we go through the rest of the GT3s. The GT4s are quite spaced out. Closest gap you're going to get is Sophia Gregory on Tobias Lugenberg. That is going to be a whole 3.1 seconds. The GT4s barely spread. So the real excitement comes from how the GT3s react to their presence, as we're about to see right here. Creighton on the defensive, but ahead of him as well, there are going to be a couple of GT4s that will have to yield and to make way. You can see squeezing a little bit as you want to try and get Riphagen in a situation where he can't get by. Doesn't want to allow anything to get by him in that Vantage. And more than anything, just wants to keep the pressure off him. He can box in his opponent. Might go for a few more desperate moves and lose himself time for overdriving the car. It's a beautiful day out here at the Red Bull Ring at Spielberg. 28 degrees track surface temp means those tires are going to be nice and hot, nice and sticky. 23 degrees ambient. It may mean a little bit of thermal management from the drivers. Have to exercise some careful judgment. But otherwise, perfect day to go racing. It's nice and sunny. Only mild winds. Here's Kampic. Christian Buddy on the right, or on the left, as he's got a superior line through the penultimate corner. Careful of the track limit on the outside as you come down that tight right-hander. Tightens up, you have to really grip up the car once you get onto the flat section for the start-finish straight. Goes as wide as he can into turn 1, take the optimal line. See one of the other Ferraris in the GT3 class pull up alongside. That is going to be Spanantal, number 5 position in the 106 Ferrari. Trying to displace some of the slow traffic, as that's going to be one of the GT4s making their way to the outside to yield for the faster cars. You don't need to go that extreme, but you do need to remain consistent and on your racing line. Remember, if you start behaving unpredictably, if you try to read where the GT3 is going and counteract, that's when accidents happen. The GT3's job is to be getting around you, not the other way around. Unless you make it very clear, say on a straight, you pull to the inside and let off ever so slightly, or not even let off. That will be the indication. The GT3 will make their own decision from that point. Busak and Boothby still getting fairly close. Oystein-Brennan having a mild warning. It's like a contact warning while passing some traffic, but Busak within a few tenths of a second. Again, doesn't have the speed on the straights. That's where the Mustang kicks in, so he has to get him in the turns in sector 2 and 3. If he wants any chance of attacking, that's where he's got to be. But still, keeping proximity and keeping pressures high. I'll say I'm very impressed with the fight for P8 right now. It's Anatoly Kreutin, Konstantinos Angel, and Guido Riphagen in a fairly close trio. There has been movement further down. Kustet is headed into the pits. Remember, 48-minute pit or 48-minute stint timer does result in a bit of strategic variance. You do have a little bit of time to play with in the 4.5 hours, but you still have to be wary and clear with your surroundings. You cannot play with it too much. See Stet coming down a couple more positions before they will emerge out of the pits. Konstantinos Angel overtaken by Kreutin. A pretty exciting opener to the race. We had a lot of battling back and forth. Drivers have had a big challenge on their hands. Hotly contested topic. It's going to come out on top here. I mean, one thing I'm surprised by is Boothby's decision to go for the last to first. That is certainly a power play if I've ever heard one. And I am, well, definitely impressed. The positions and the time he's made up can't be understated. A force to be reckoned with, to be sure. Riphagen trying to peel a little bit of time back, play to the Ferrari strengths, but so far not quite happening, at least not yet happening for them. See if this is how it goes. So I'm having a lot of drivers now heading into the pits. It's Kambeck, Neusler. But will this fight between the three drivers for P8 be cut short? Prize for the winner, I believe it's a Christian, was over it earlier, but we are talking lifetime licenses for ACC Drive as one of the prizes for the top drivers, and that is for both classes. Sweeping their way through the top end. Turn 4 and 5. Let's go Riddell as well. A gaggle of cars making their way out through turn 2 and 3. Looks like we've got Gerhard on the left of him, trying to get a bit of room on this course, as there was a faster advantage also making their way through at the same time. Down with the slightly faster exit, but Riddell with the inside line heading into the next corner. It is going to be a sharp downward right-hander. He's going to have the advantage. Both of them on the brakes. Ferrari a little bit later, a little bit hotter into the apex, claiming control of the corner, forcing Gaudet to take a step back and relinquish P15 back to him. Good defensive driving from the number 116. Very good defensive driving indeed. Challenge is clear. It's not just about whether you have the pace to take the position, it's also about if you have the placement, the timing. You're able to get around as well. And who will be the one to stand tall? Because the race is young, there will be still plenty ahead of us, as we are now seeing some of the GT4s come into the pits. Saki Ranyo, Vishte, with a bit of a collision warning. Not sure what exactly happened there. They might have made contact with Gopinski here in the 108, as they also had a collision warning to their name. And you're still on the back of Croton. Doesn't show any signs of slowing down. Now, I'm very pleased by this news, because these two practically inching for a fight. Biding their time. Eventually, the trap will spring, and the position will be all of a sudden in a major flux. So a couple of hiccups as well. See what the flagging is here. So this is the 115 in the 408 car reportedly, unless the timings have slightly messed up. Loris O'Wiggle coming into the next corner. Looks like there's just a little bit of contact, and having to go a bit wide there, having to yield off just to keep themselves out of the gravel. Says Angel, making away around one of the Ginettas, as well as Riphagen following not too far behind. Pleases me greatly to see a Ginetta on track, although that may be the British bias talking. Matthew Yodes in the P29, also known as P6 overall. Klaus Trapp on to the circuit, freshly stopped, and now chasing on Niels Bunch. I'm going to try to close the gap at the same time, see what they have on the table. So let's check in on our GT4 cars, see how they're doing. Looks like Moritz Schwing is trying to close in on Mike Schiller. There is going to be a potential chance here. Seeing where that GT4 is right now, so that's going to be the Advantage GT4 car. See how this plays out for them. Looks like Boothby had a minor contact on the way out of the last corner, so briefly flagging up, and then Riphagen still on the back of Constantinos Angel. Looks like there's no signs of them slowing down. Play cool, play to strengths. Oh, good move here. Here's their chance. Blocked by a GT4 car. This is the chance for them to go for the shots, although Angel just managing to get past in time. Prevent themselves getting boxed in by their opponent. See, this is the kind of strategic driving we're talking about here. Wait your turn, bide your time, attack at the perfect moment when the situation allows. That is what we're looking for. Because he was very considered with his approach to the corner. Knew what was coming, had a idea in mind, and almost got it when he went for the execute. Solid driving there nonetheless. Things will remain close for them. How's Busak doing? 1 second off of Boothby, so still keeping a relative distance, but not quite the full proximity. At least not yet able to pull back. Okay, the session is still relatively early in. There is a lot yet to give from the drivers here on this track currently. So the question is not so much about who will be on top right now, it's who can have the longevity, the staying power. Last trap on the back of Niels Bunch. Minor contact warning, so this could be a chance here. Trap into the inside of turn 3. Hugging that apex. Squeezing the Porsche just as much as he possibly can. Has the right side. Perfect timing, perfect line. Can he box him in with one of the GT4s? And, oh, very risky move from Niels. Using the slipstream of the GT4, barely getting the nose out, getting a bit of a tap, and major contact between the two as he just overcooks it into turn 5. Tries to rejoin and goes straight into the side of the Ferrari. I'll say that's a very brave move from Niels there. He barely had a car's length on Klaus before he darted out from behind the GT4. Practically swinging the door shut on him as they both flow through into turn 5. Just unfortunately, with that movement, a bit too late on the brakes, and it cut their move short. Moritz Schwing finally closing that gap to Mike Sheila. Remember, these GT4s, they do still have decent power, but they don't necessarily have the aerodynamic assistance to support them through those higher speed corners. So decent amount of power means they are fairly solid in the straights. Of course, not as much as the GT3s. Much less aggressive aero. Having to treat them more like modified road cars than purpose-built race machines. Moritz did go for a bit of a move into turn 1, but it didn't quite pan out, unfortunately. So they're not going to be able to get that move done just yet. Here's Loris O'Wiggle on the back of Petrov, the 117 McLaren. Going into the pits, however, their stint time is at a close, so they will have to jump in. See now. A couple of drivers actually getting close on the GT4 side. Here's Sophia Gregory on the back of Yannick Schumacher. Fight for P4 on the cards. Wiggle and Juba both into the pit lane for the GT3s. So going aggressive on their stints. Where will these drivers land? Question on my mind. Where will those pitted cars land, and will this earlier pit stop compared to some prove to be beneficial? There's Riphagen. I keep saying Giphagen, I do apologise. But Riphagen into the pits. Looks like a Wiggle is coming out a little bit slower than Joubert, who is already back out on the street into turn 2. Ricky Lafleur could also be looking at a chance to get into that top 5. Antau a couple of seconds away. Usak is slowly dropping more and more time to Boothby, as I think Boothby's just trying to get on some of the clocks. Zoystein Brenham and Kevin Braun are the 2 cars to beat right now. So we do have a yellow flag coming in, so let's quickly see exactly what's happened here. This is going to be Gamelgard, E36 in the GT4s. Now coming up to the back of them is going to be one of the Mustang GT3s, just holding their line through the corner. There's the 1, 2, 3, and contact and a spin, as that is going to be Max Baumgarten going into the back of them through the final corner. Unfortunate stuff to see. Riphagen is out. Erde Petrov trap all in to the pits, along with Ismail Antal and I think a couple more of the GT4s. Yes, Fabio Moreira and Mike Schiller both into the pits. It's going to give Moritz Schwing the positions that they were asking for earlier, but with the open air, could they be able to keep it through the overcut and just using the track space? We do see Mike Schiller come out into traffic. This could be a big issue for him as he tries to regain momentum. So Busak still within a couple of seconds. There is still a chance on the cards. Looks like Sophia Gregory is having a bit of an issue, as that is Baumgarten going down the inside of them on the final corner. See a couple of different fights paging and staging themselves out throughout this session. We've seen a lot of up and downs, and we're going to see plenty more. The main thing here is that everyone is keeping to the rules. Of course, that 48-minute pit timer is essential. You want to stay out on that track, and you want to avoid any kind of trouble from the stewarding team. Sweeping things through. And feeling pressure on multiple counts, as we're going to see a large cohort of cars now coming out and into the pits. There's Neil Bunch, Scott Smith, as well as a few others. So we're going back and taking positions back. It's Robert Plieth in the GT4s. Leader of said group now coming through. His Petzold is going to take the lead for now. Sophia Gregory's dropped off the back, but Yannick Schumacher has made up a ton of time and is actually trying to chase Lagenberg down. Although that fight is going to get snubbed, as Lagenberg is into the pits with Gregory, Schwing, and Kamke. See also all of the leaders of GT3 throwing their cars in. While we do have this changeover phase, I want to take a moment to thank everybody who is watching the broadcast so far, and everyone who has been watching since the start in particular. With these longer events, it can be quite a commitment to watch the entire stream, so we do appreciate everyone who sticks it around start to finish, and everyone who is followed and subscribed. And if anyone wants to keep tuning in with all of the racing action, not just on the Sundays, but on the Thursdays, many other days we have throughout the week. We have the German and the English channels. You can follow and subscribe to those, or check out our Patreon as well, and socials for more info. Website if you want to get involved yourselves, and plenty other avenues. We are very close to 5,000 followers on the English channel, so every little helps. Every little follow, much appreciated as always. Going to be a couple changes in the GT4s, of course, with the mass exodus into the pit lane. There is going to be a chance for others to assert some otherwise not too easily caught positions. We've seen some changeovers already in the GT3 side of things. We've got Kruselberg in P4, Gabel Zabo in P5, Ricky Lafleur into 6th, still challenging for that top 5 position. And then a few others who are looking around and seeing what they can get away with. We did have a couple of drive-thrus as well that were throwing some wrenches into the works. It's Pascal Rehi in the number 119, hit with a drive-through. 411 of Florian Ziege also getting the same treatment. So a couple of drive-through penalties being handed out. And a few important switch-over periods happening. As now we're seeing what it looks like with all pit stops considered and all pit stops completed, at least for now. Still got a lot of time on the docket, but I am looking forward to seeing how the later phases of this race play out. I have 170 minutes to go, to be precise. Which is going to net us, if anything, about 100 more laps, I would say. Arguably more than that. Many more laps to come. So here we go. There's going to be, again, GT4s yielding, making space for other competitors on the track. Theobald being a prime example, having to be very careful where he places his car, because all around him has got different traffic. Not only from the GT3s and the obvious standouts, but when you look at the GT4s, considering they're about a lap down, some cases 2-3 laps, he's going to also have to watch out for faster traffic in his own group. That can sometimes be the difficult thing. Stefan Brands on board with for a minute, goes past one of the Alpines. 408, that's going to be none other than Richard Fichte. Victor, any pronunciation corrections, more than welcome. Start game with Christian. Who can butcher more pronunciations, me or him? Now, making our way through a few different cars, having set the tone, and at this point we've hit the midpoint of the session roughly, or coming up to that midpoint. This is where the drivers aren't necessarily looking to fight, they're just looking to get the laps in. It's counterintuitive, but the less that happens on the track, the more successful of a race it is for the drivers who are actually trackside. I think we want to see some action, we want to see some fights, but for the drivers, they just want a calm race that isn't going to give them much trouble. That's all they really want. It's a race that they'd be able to take home to the bank and then cash beautiful points in with little to no qualms or competition. That's the sticking point here. That consistency can pay dividends, but got to bring it home. You've got to bring everything. Careful while you do it. Chris is a key example of that. Got GT4's up ahead. You got Mike Hammer in P14 as his main target. Stefan Beren's also trying to get back to Angel. Curiously, Gopinski has gapped the others. So Gopinski, I think, was one of the first to head into the pit lane and has actually managed to get significantly ahead of Grayson and Angel. Playing the strategy card to great effect. They now make their way through and around the field ahead of them. Got a bit of a pocket for himself on the track too, not to mention. That's going to be a big boon to them once the later stages of the race come through. The time they make up in this crucial position going to be well worth it. Very, very much worth it. Van Brands, no close. You have a couple of local yellows for a couple of drivers who have gone off track, but only mild. Only mild offs in most cases. While not exactly setting the world on fire with major accidents, it's still got to be careful. The track can be deceptive. It is visually simple, but it is deceptive in the way that it does still command your full attention. You cannot expect to take Spielberg as an easy ride. No two ways about it. A lot of pressure to perform here. And with the championship in the position it is in, you have to be at your best. Simply no excuse. It's going to be Swatko. Nick Swatko coming up to the back of Loris O'Wiggle. And then real close as go through turn one. Struggle of a corner there for the Nismo. This is the chance that he was looking for. Biding your time, biding your pressure. And eventually, it's all going to come to a head. It's going to be a little bit struggling in terms of the straight line acceleration compared to Nissan, but has the apex, has the command of the corner, goes through on the inside, but compromising their line too much, staying too narrow, actually bumping up that rear axle into the air for a split second. That is a major time loss. Twatko's going to lose on the chance for the P15. Unfortunately, Brens continuing their challenge onto the back of Konstantinos Angel. Going to continue that fight. Brand's really trying to make up the time here. And curiously, it is the same chassis, so no one has an inherent advantage here. They're all just working on equal terms. It's all about their talent, their pace, how they can manage the track, and at what points they encounter other competitors. That's going to be the deciding factor here in their races. So you're trying to keep it very close to the back. Friends still looking for any chance he can get while negotiating the GT4 traffic that are proven to be a bit of a minefield. Through into the third and final sector now. Keep your composure. Drive fast, but drive clean. Be greatly rewarded. Pace certainly on tap. Has the wherewithal to make the move, to make the judgment call. Looks like a big issue for Loris O'Wiggle. That's going to be a problem. Let's see exactly what happened there. Here's O'Wiggle just coming through. And just pushing in. Oh, a bit too much. Too much of the loud pedal coming out of turn 3. And just like that, that is going to be them dropping an easy position to Swatco. And still on the back of Angel. Not making the movements that they were necessarily wanting. It's not in the time frame that they would like. Even so, remains committed. Not going to let such an occurrence deter them from their goal. Determination on full display here. So Boothby is still on his crusade. He's got the fastest lap of the session, 27.667. So he's certainly lit a fire under himself. And is looking to get the best out of tonight. No such thing as second for this man, it seems. So he's still got plenty of work to do if he wants to resolve that front. Kind of pace are we running on here? Say Pascal Rehi is a 29.025, so a decent gap between himself and the pace of the top. We're looking at a couple of seconds per lap, which has stretched itself out. Kevin Brown just started lap 72. Rehi's just started lap 70. So there is certainly question marks on the floor here. As the session does draw closer. Closer to its defining moment. We'll see what this drive has in store. Beren still on the back. There's going to be Rehi trying to close up time. How are our GT4s doing? It's going to be Shotoboto. I'll say very stylish looking GT4 here. If there's one thing I'll always commend, it's the visual design of some of these cars. They really are something special. Certainly to look at, these cars. Quite a visual experience. We're looking at just how the difference is between these two. See, there's the GT3 variant sweeping through down the inside. And that's fully on display, exactly the contrast between these two. Between the two versions of what really are the same vehicle. But putting them side by side like that just makes it all the clearer. The speed bracket. Much different games being played. See, Bren still pressure after pressure, lap after lap. He really is tight to the back of the 109. There isn't a corner that is slowing him down, but nor is there a corner where he's actually going for the bigger shot, the bigger move. He's going to peek the nose in just to the inside there. So he notices the GT4 trying to get as much of a slipstream as he possibly can coming out of there. Keeping the proximity as much as he can. Running fairly close. Going to see exactly what the incident was earlier. It's Cousteau. Laurent Cousteau in P19. So we're around one of the GT4s. About the second. I don't like where this is going. And oh, just nose being tipped by the GT4. I think that is Petzold. And is that a Quattroporte? Can't say I'm familiar with that car on track that much. It's a rare pick. I like it. It's good to see. We do have a certain GT4. That's Morera. Let's see exactly what happened there. And oh yeah, just a bit too much oversteer. Just a little bit too much. Overcooking the car. And as easily as the speed was held, it was lost. Here we are, back to it. Rehi is hot to the heels of Johan Meyer. We see Petzold drop behind owing to a pit stop, as they had to clear a drive-through penalty. So Yannick Schumacher is effectively leading the GT4 cohort. It's the car to beat. It's not going to be stopped. Check how Petzold is doing though, because he will be coming out fairly soon to attack back for the position. See what that future holds in just a moment. 3, still in the back, Johan Meyer. Really running close. So he got within a couple of tenths at one point, but the Porsche just holding the line. Can be a difficult car to drive. See, Scott Smith getting stuck behind one of the Genessis here. Getting briefly sort of flagged. See the white symbols coming out there. So Luis Petzold chasing Yannick in the AMG. It's going to be Baumgarten in the Mustang as well, hunting for some space, really sort of sniffing at the back of the two GT4 cars, just trying to get by. And a good move from Petzold at the same time, riding the coattails of the Mustang to make his way through into the first corner. Nicely done there from the Maserati. We see any kind of counter-attack from Yannick Schumacher. Little bit of a wobbly exit, it looks like, but still holding the line. Meyer is going to be on the defense as well. Just a couple of seconds later on Pascal, who is really going for the move now. Coming out turn 3, pushing away through down into the next sector. It's going to be the Porsche with the inside line, has the control of the corner. So it's going to be Pascal just trying to take a bit more speed as well. Counteracting their wider line. Holding the nose in. Front axle still ahead. Has command of this left-hander though. They're going to hold the apexes to go through. And it looks like he could have the move on the table here. Sweeping down to the final sector. It's looking neat and tidy. Pascal, congratulations, P20. That's what we want to see. That's the fighting we want to see. Be afraid to make those moves. Yannick Schumacher down a second to Petzold. Now that he's got ahead. Looks like that gap could be growing again. Kevin Brown, Oystein Brenham. 12 seconds gap, and that has remained very static. However, Boothby has made up a few seconds over the course of the last 10 to 15 laps. Certainly putting the work in, putting the pace in. We will be seeing how it all comes together. Bit of a wobble from Pascal as he's trying to get round GT4s, but then return to the ideal racing line. Got a fighting chance of making up a bit more where he currently is. 3 seconds away and he could get onto the back of Cousteau. Get another position. Or it's a wiggle. Swatco's up ahead. They capitalised on the mistake from the Nismo earlier in turn 3. See if they can make that time back. Don't know if there will be a chance necessarily. See a clean run. It looks like we have a couple of contact warnings. In fact, a couple of accident warnings. Let's see what happened here. There's a Connor McLeod and Luka Lipinski. See what here between the two. Up into, I want to hear say this is the 415 car, and oh, so there's not much there going on. Looks like we're all good. So there's only a minor contact with the Nismo as they went along and past. That's all it was in the end. So they're in their own pocket of the circuit with Victor in the background. A few seconds away, but looming threat if they're not careful. Carl in the number 28, or not number 28, number 409, position 28. In the pressure. Second away from Sasha Wittig. I was curious to see the different car picks coming out. But we have the Mercedes AMG, be very popular in the GT4. In the GT3 class, it's nearly nowhere to be seen. So in the current balance, GT3s are dominated. I mean, recently the Nismo, the Nissan. We've also seen the Acura NSX or the Honda NSX be a little bit more popular in recent memory. The Mustang, but you don't really see some of the other iterations. You don't see the Lamborghini that much. You don't see the Bentley or the Lexus that much either, although the Lexus is getting on a little bit. The BOP does bring it back into contention. Yeah, sort of the not so popular cars, but still cars with a lot of personality. It's why I was very pleased to see Petzold in the Maserati, because it's an off pick. It's not something you see every day. You don't often see a car like that adorn the racetrack. So when you do feel lucky to get those cars in front of you. So the Nismo's been popular. The Vantage, good all-rounder, particularly strong in the turns. Really good at getting that car rotated. Ooh, here we go. So Wiggle is going to go to the outside. That is going to be Ricky Lafleur coming together with them on turn 3. Again, appreciate everyone who stops by watching. Thank you for two that just followed. We are 2 away from hitting 5,000 on the English channel. So Yannick, 1.5 seconds are clear of Louis Petzold. Just trying to close the gap, and it's not quite happening yet. So Petzold lapping the last time at 0.4 of a second faster. Friends, their way around another GT3 car. Tried to catch up to Angel once again as they've made their way past Pascal Rehi. That's the number 119 Ferrari just behind them. Someone who has had a bit of a quiet race is Tim Krusselberg. He's not had really any contact with other GT3 cars at all. The only other car contact he's had is with like drivers in the GT4s, just trying to get past. So a curious turn of events, to be sure. I mean, we still got plenty of time left in the session. We are very soon coming up to the actual halfway mark. 2 hours, 28 minutes remain. Had a couple of battles that have been lying in wait for a good portion of the session now, such as Stefan Behrens trying to get back to Konstantinos Angel. It's not happened for a while yet, but there will be a time where he decides to pull the trigger and execute. Michal on the back of Sasha Wittig, closing down say, that distinctive purple tint of CRT making an appearance. The number 405 car on the defensive. It's going to be Michel going to poke the nose in. Say the 409 goes and gets the apex of turn 5 there. He's just going to have a run there. Tiny bit of contact between the two cars. Looks like Wittig's going to get a slightly better exit out there. Bit more speed. Close the door, but here comes the switchback from the Aston. A little bit too far to the outside. He left the door open. Wittig is going to yield the position, and that is game. What a turnaround of events. Even when getting a little bit boxed in by GT3s, now in the 409 is going to hold firm, hold true, sticks a little bit further to the inside. So an attempted switchback, and oh no, contact, big slide coming in. Looks like they're going to slow down to try and yield the position back, but that can get a little bit dicey as that's contact again. That's with the 118 of Johan Meyer. And Wittig this time, no yield offered, considering that was not their problem. It's not their collision. There's no obligation from them, apparently, to yield. That is certainly a compound situation right there. Very much different races converging. That's where you get situations like that. Saberens continuing to close in. Really do wonder when he's going to make the move, when he's going to pull the trigger. Go for that overtake. He's got the speed for it. We've seen that he's able to bring up pace. He's able to really close things in there. But as soon as he gets close, it's almost as if he backs off. Trying to understand what his strategy is, what his game plan is. With this session in particular. It's also about his opponents trying to just read what's going on. Is going to be Michel getting a move on him as Wittig goes into the gravel. Losing even more time. Losing a whole second. Now well out of the space. Michel's going to have a chance to get away here. You see Yannick Schumacher, how they doing? They're teetering on the 2-second line. They're not having the best luck, unfortunately. Doesn't look like that particular stint of the track is going to be theirs to claim. You're feeling a lot of pressure to perform here. I don't know how well it's going. Will soon be that time where, once again, the driver's going in for the pits, and with that, an opportunity. It's a chance for the drivers to see where they want to land and have a brief moment of switching around. Open air can sometimes gain you seconds on your competition if they're fighting. And the harder they fight, the more they lose. You need to have that clean pocket of the racetrack. Yearn for it. If that is what comes to pass, then I'm sure we'll have some very happy racers out here. See, through and down the order. We are down to 37 cars. Unfortunately, we have had 2 retirements as a result of, I believe, earlier issues or technical problems with the cars. Of course, we get more information on that. That's where we will pass it on as soon as. It's a tripod. That was a bit of a problem there. Let's get a bit of a recap and see exactly what happened. To say, I think it was a classic case. As we head our way down into the first corner, goes narrow to avoid the GT4s, making a run on it into turn 1.
And, oh, actually, a bit of contact coming in from one of the GT4 cars. Luckily, was able to catch it quite quickly. Looks like we've also had a switcheroo, as that there is going to be a bit of a moment, which we're going to stick on board with the replay. Remember, this is the fight with Angel and Brenz. Konstantinos Angel. Stefan Brenz goes for the attack on the inside. Bit of contact. And there you go. Swept through. Brenz is into the single digits. He's into P9. That crucial position gain could mean the world to their race efforts. This could be the missing piece for their campaign. Let's see how this one plays out. Having a bit of pressure from GT4 cars standing as an obstacle. Trying to keep up with Michelle in the 409. Plenty of GT4 cars to displace and shake up the traffic. A lot of changing around, a lot of flexibility within the current order. Here's Kevin Braun, 85 laps deep and current leader of the race here. Number 104, and coming up to some back markers. A lap up. It Boothby with a 28.145. Holding it fastest. At least of this stint. So Boothby closing in the gap, but in amidst all of this, we've hit 5,000. So thank you so much to everyone who supports us here on LFM and on the English channel. Just hit 5,000. Couldn't do this without every single one of you. Konstantinos chasing Brenz down. I think they're looking for a little bit of a return fire. Get a really good exit out of turn 3 if you want that to happen. Slipstream will not save you. They're simply not enough. These aero kits may be more aggressive than the GT4s, but Slipstream is not the magic button that you may think it is. Or at least the other simulators would have you believe. Fortunately, it does have its limitations. And I think we are about to see at least one of those limitations in action. See, there is Angel trying to close, and such closure is not happening. See Mike Hammer coming up to the back of Vladimir Samael. Going to be the 117 McLaren. On the defensive, goes to the right side of one of the GT4s and in effect to box them off. The 405 car having to yield as far as they can to the left side of the track. They head through turn 5. Mike Hammer. Still bringing the pressure, still bringing the heat throughout all this. Really is no yield with this racer. You've got to be on your best behavior when he's around. Do not hesitate. If an opportunity arises, you bet your behind is going for it. Hammer close, but not close enough. He's dropping out to the second mark now. It's just not quite there. Just hasn't quite got it there, sadly. Magic has not arrived. This will be a crucial time, as the race is going to be drawing into the second half fully now. It's in this halfway phase that if you want to see any kind of talent, any kind of drive from the cars, it's gonna have to happen now. It's got to happen, and it's got to happen fast. Cannot be waiting much longer. Session is going to be an intense one, so you need to be top of your game. So here's through. Is Mike Hammer still close and keeping up? Good fighting here. He's certainly going to be keeping Vladimir honest here. Now make their way through, start finish. Gonna give it one more try. Keeps it through turn 2. Slipstream playing a little bit of an effect here. Is going to be the McLaren on the defensive. It's slightly narrower than the Ferrari, but a poor exit. This could be the chance here. Closing into the inside line very quickly. Somebody else is going to try and close that door. They successfully do so. That is their one defensive move for the section of the track. You can't be weaving again, and so returns to the natural racing line. Hammer tucking in behind. The Reptile racing car certainly living up to its name. Scaly appearance and hiding a powerful attack behind an unassuming form. Sweeping their way through the second sector and into the third sector now. Eyes firmly trained and awaiting whatever move comes next. Big Swatko as well, another driver to watch. Number 120s. They've been trying to chase Loris in the Nismo for a good amount of time now. Hammer still running hot, running close, and now into turn 2. They're going to go for a bit more substantial of an attack this time. Looks like the McLaren got a bit of a poor exit out of turn 1. Nicely done there from Hammer, but somehow once again covering off the outside end. Oh, tries to go for the block, and no luck there. The Samel is going to be stopped on the track, nearly getting themselves marooned on the sausage curbs. I think they went for the same move that they did just a lap prior. So they quickly sweep to the inside, prevent Mike Hammer from going on the move, but they were just too far ahead. They got the switch back. It was too effective. I think that sweep across did not do them any favours. Mike Hammer up into P13 now. Nick Sparko, another driver to be watching, as a lot of the GT4s, they're split by sometimes over 20 to 30 seconds in these cases, so I don't know who is going to be necessarily challenging from that side of the aisle. Don't know if we will be seeing much on that department, at least not for a little bit. I think the pit stops may introduce a bit of drama, which we'll be able to comment on as that arises. Well, that's for the later stage. For now, eyes still on the current fights that are staging up. Going to be Swatko going around the GT4 McLarens. Still hunting down for Loris. Keeping it within about a second, but still got a bit of work to do. So I'm enjoying a lot of how these racers are handling this course, let me tell you. It's always a sight to behold when you're seeing this caliber of racer at the top of their game, competing in such strong company to boot. It is an experience. It honestly is a special experience, and something that any self-respecting driver yearns for. Be able to race in such company. Looks like, say, Wiggle and Samael are actually getting fairly close together, so this could very quickly turn into a three-way battle. Have to, of course, continue to watch and see who is actually going to go for that. Will Loris be able to make the time? And potentially, could we see Swatco get past Loris and keep that momentum? I think it's all on the table. Anything could happen at this point. Looks like we have a couple of incidents coming in from some of the GT4s as they Petzold and Schumacher coming together, making contact. So we're going to take the replay and see where previously Petzold was looking like a near untouchable force. Much time gained. On board with the helicopter. That is going to be one of the Mustangs. They're going to yield out. Looks like a bit of contact with the 118. And you can see just time being lost left and right. Schumacher and Petzold both heading into the pits at the same time. Looks like there was an overtake into the pit lane of all places, as they are going to be swapped order. Come into the lane now. Yeah, their positions flipped and the question marks very much present. Session is proving to be full of surprises. Only a few different things that I was not expecting. We are going to have this next pit stint coming in for some. Remember, 48 minutes on the pit timer. Use penalty should you not comply and stay within. Boothby coming through. 3.5 seconds gap now to Oystein Brenham. What is under the hood of that Mustang? I have to ask. Just because the amount of speed and the pace that he is able to carry in that thing is remarkable. It really is something else right now that he's doing. He's got an immense amount of speed on tap, and he's extracting it with maximum efficiency. He's constantly running in the 128.2s. Consistency is top notch. Continue to watch and see how it plays this one, as it will now be a question not necessarily of speed for this next part, but a question of attrition. Will they be able to hold their nerve, have the resilience to continue and retain top pace? We're going to see Swatco and Samael heading into the pit as well. Will be a change up for them. Vladihar back of the GT3 order, but certainly not being held down by such definitions. Soon we will be seeing who will come out on top. Will be the racer that can stand tall among the rest. Who will that racer be? You'll just have to wait and find out. Rehi heading into the pit too. There's going to be Milan Kiss, Konstantinos Angel. I think Gabor Zabo just have a bit of time to gain as well from this. Certainly will be time on the table, as the field will converge across the pit stops in order to get themselves some time back. So you've got two different tales going on right now. For the ones who are in the pits, they're of course waiting and trying to optimize this portion of the race for themselves. However, for those who are out still, I think this presents a unique scenario. Because now they could have a chance to get some speed without the rest of the field on their case. They could very much have a scenario where their opponents come into traffic. They rejoin the race surface into traffic. And that will be a big, big problem. There's one thing that they cannot be dealing with at this stage of the competition, it would be that kind of traffic. I'd be very nervous if I was in their spot, let me tell you. But either way, some drivers are making their best of the scenario. Boothby 3.7 seconds from Brenham, and looks like they are continuing their charge forward. Fichte and Gamelgard into the pits along with Fail in now second. Leonard Fail, Johan Meyer just coming out of the pits. Where will they be emerging that pit lane? Let's find out. Let's see. Having a good line on the way out and out into P22. Though that may be set to change as the leaders, as well as inevitably many others, are going to now come in. Zebron, Brennan, Boothby all coming together at the same time, all running near identical stint timings. And I think that is on purpose. Matching your opponent's stints, you have the best representation of where you're going to be on that track, where you're going to come out on that track. Now, I don't underestimate the decisions of these drivers even for a second. They know how to play the strategic hand, and boy are they playing that hand right now. So we are going to see a bit of a bird's eye view as the field is on a turnaround point. Sasha Wittig, Michal and Florian Ziege all heading in now. So this is a chance for a couple of GT4s to make up time on their rivals. Richte coming out of the pits and completely in their own pocket of the circuit. This is a prime example. If they can leverage that current position to gain some space and gain time back, they'll be laughing. That is easy time. Easy time to be gained. So where will it be that they come out? When all of this is said and done, where will they be on that course? That's the question that I'd like to answer. E34 right now, or at least overall, that is going to be, I believe, P11 in the context of the GT4 grid only. Who certainly has got some fire and some time to burn. I just want to know where the rest of the field is going to be in response. I know that a lot of the racers here are feeling that crunch start to come into play. So the leaders, we do have Braun still ahead, Brenham second. Boothby has lost about a second of time. Something, though, has happened to Lafleur. They're limping. I think they're out of fuel. I don't believe it, but I think we are witnessing a vantage. Oh, come on, make it over that hill. Make it over the hill. You can almost hear them in the cockpit. was trying to gain some momentum, rocking back and forth in the car, just trying to swing it over. Anything they can do to get that car over the line. Come on, so close. There you go, you got the downhill. You're gonna be fine. Lafleur, by the skin of their teeth, they're gonna be able to bring the car back. Oh, that was a nail biter. That is a royal nail biter of a moment. Ooh. Tell you what, I'd be terrified in that position. Looks like he's barely able to roll it in. There you go. He's made it safe. Safe to the pit lane. If just about. What a scare. What a scare. Terrifying position to be in. Any driver. Even a slight over or underestimation of your fuel load, you could be left in the lurch royally, as we just saw. Having your heart in your mouth for that section of the race, it's not a nice feeling. It really is not a nice feeling whatsoever. We're going to see Ricky Lafleur hopefully return out in a decent position and hopefully be able to make up for some lost time following what we just saw. Where he currently stands, he's still in a good space, he's still in a good position. But he's not going to be having an easy time from this point on. Session has still got plenty of time left. So with the 2-hour mark here, there will be an opportunity to gain back. May take a moment, but he can get this back. At this point in time, the best thing he can do is just keep his composure, keep his race going, not buckle. Ultimately, just hold his nerve. So much that can go wrong, but if you think about all of that, you're just going to be psyching yourself out, and before you know it, that's race over. Don't bow to the pressure. Keep that level head, and he will be fine. Just focus on the momentum that's been built up until this point. So that is where the race is going to be won, not on all these all the crazier side of things, just on speed, composure, momentum, and the portion of the track that you have carved out for yourself. Holding it all together. That's all he's got to do. That's all that anyone has got to do. Looks like we are going to have Lafleur emerge. He's out of the pit lane, ladies and gentlemen. He's made it. He's back on solid ground. And just like that, the situation has been restored. After a tense moment of trepidation, the CRT car is back on it. Loris Wiggle. Another car who has had a couple of ups and downs. Is otherwise keeping things all nice and together. Say Loris Wiggle, Constantinos Angel, Laurent Coustet as well, another car who has found themselves with a chance to challenge. I think there is still plenty of fight left to go. So what will these racers do next? How are they going to surprise us, as they often tend to do? So the big operating factor here is the GT4s. How they tend to spice up the order of things. How the field is going to be feeling their presence. See, Scott Smith actually is someone who is going to be closing. Was Ricky DeFleur emerging out in P18, but with the amount of time that they lost, there will be problems. So we have had an incident come through. That's going to be for Luis Petzold, who the Maserati with luck against them. As we go down into turn 5, there's going to be another Mustang incident, it looks like. Although not that severe, luckily only mild contact, is still a issue that did emerge. Gabinski as well having a minor moment. Let's see what's happened there. There's Thomas Gabinski going into the penultimate corner. Going for the attack, and the GT4 just trying to get by, and unfortunately squeezing them off the road. Well then, a big snap on the rear axle. That's going to lose that crucial space. No positions lost. But again, it's not always about that. It's sometimes just about the momentum and the speed that you've built over that section of the racetrack. You'll see him back on the feet, but for now this is where the situation comes to a close. See Laurent Coustet come up to the back of Michael Campic in the Mustang right now. Down through the second sector. Running fairly narrow relative to the Mustang's lines. Squeezing for what it's worth on that Mustang right now. So on the hunt for any kind of position, any kind of advantage they can get. Also see Konstantinos Angel do much of the same, although not quite going to check on them just yet. Eyes on here. Eyes up for the racing ahead. And for the field in tow. See, stay losing a bit of time, but here comes Angel once more. So Angel compared. Not sure which would be preferred. Either way, we're going to see him in action. Coming through and out of turn 3. Past one of the GT4s as they briefly drift onto the marbles. Be careful of that grip, build up and drop. Remember, it is a dynamic track surface. You have your rubbered in lines. And you will have your sections of the track which are a little bit more treacherous, especially if you get on the marbles, you pick up some of that loose rubber. You will have yourself in a spot of bother. That uneven build-up of rubber produce consistency issues when it comes to grip. Got to exercise the utmost care when you go to that section of the track. It can very quickly go south. Smooth run. An otherwise collected driver. See Lafleur back on form. Niels Bunch is going to be his target. He is thoroughly broken away from the others. Is Costaken still on the back of Campik? Way to turn 5. Almighty squeeze. As both of them are really just trying to measure each other up right now. I don't think one's necessarily going for an attack on the other so much as they are just sizing up their opponents and continuing to gauge when would be the right move, where would they go. Would this be the right time, or do I wait another lap? See, just holding firm. Milan Kiss with a bit of an incident. Let's see exactly what happened here. Let's crank on the replay. Milan coming through. Sector 2 now, Sector 3. Sweeping his way around. And, oh no, that's going to be one of the GT4s. I think that's Yannick. He had a bit of an altercation with. A shame. Fortunate shame. See, Milan is now under fire. With Angel on their heels. Who's going to be the first to buckle? Engel is really running close now, just tucking in as much as they can into the slipstream. Not having the push, not having the move. It's bound to be getting frustrating for them now. It's not got the chance, the open chance to go for that kind of attack that they want. Is the drive to go for it. That move right now is just not happening. Well, Cousteau still on the back. Likewise, Campik is hot on the defensive, but the Ferrari proverbially breathing right down their neck. At turn 5. There's no luxury of space offered. Not today. Not to anyone. You can see Cousteau is just hammering at the door. We have got Ricky Lafleur, who managed to get past Niels Bunch just under our radars, under our noses for a second. And so we can check back on him in a moment, see how he's getting on. Will we see that coveted full overtake, that full attack anytime soon? But we do see a bit of an issue coming in as Cousteau has dropped behind one of the further ahead GT3s. Engel is still hunting for that P9 spot. And Kiss will be the one to watch. still going to be under fire, even all these laps later. I mean, no signs of slowing down. I'm just thinking, what is the end game here? Because this amount of close proximity and running is going to be running them out of the space to attack on Riphagen. Up in P8. He's not really going to have a chance to go for that space, go for that move, as one would hope. So I'm kind of wondering, what is the end game out of this fight here? Are they just trying to run each other hot and get the other to yield before such a time as they stray too far? What's going on there? Eager to see these two do, but Milan so far holding up a good defensive angle, good line. Is not going to be showing any signs of backing down. Just hold firm, you stick to your guns, you stick to your line. That is how you succeed in racing. You be predictable and you hold your ground. Because you just driving consistent means that you can then turn to your opponent and say, actually no, you move, you get past me. I want to see what you do here. And then the onus is on them. The responsibility is flipped. It gives you the leverage in that situation to control what they do. That's where the fun begins. Want to see, really, these two continue to duke it out. Eventually, someone's got to give. By the looks of things, it sure as heck ain't going to be Kiss. Although saying that, Ango was going to briefly angle in for an attack on that inside line, later bailing out. Well, he doesn't necessarily fully commit to it. He is going to signal his intentions. State clearly for the record what he wants to do, and that is take that spot. See, that is going to be Milan on the outside now, and say the nose being poked in from Engel. Is going to have the apex on the inside line heading into the left-hander, just about, and is going to be left a bit of space, afforded the space, slightly more speed coming out of the exit for Milan. It's going to be able to hold firm and hold the line. So here we go, this is going to be counter, potentially coming in. Will be a lot of pressure stacked up. Who will be the one to crack first? That is the question on many of our minds. He's going to be right to the back of Milan here once more, going for it into turn 2, now turn 3. Milan's going to have the inside line, but a good switchback here could pay off massively. Important moment here coming through the corner. There's going to be Milan up as despite briefly getting the nose ahead, Engel just doesn't have the exit nor the approach or speed to keep that corner under their control. Sometimes the nature of the beast, you cannot always hold on to it like you want. It's where you've got to be savvy, got to play very carefully how you want that run to go. Sweep around. They hold the nerve. It's going to be a close fought battle. I know we stuck with these two for a while, but it really is the place to be. This is where all the action is kicking off right now. We have had a couple of bumps between some of the GT4 cars, and we will check in with them in a moment, but it looks like Milan and Engel are still squabbling throughout all of this. See any chance an attack of an overtake? Going to see anything like that? It's going to have to happen soon, or the drivers get impatient and start firing desperate moves at each other. That's always the danger when a fight goes too long. You cannot predict after a certain point how they're going to react, as patience will be wearing thin. So who is going to come out commanding the session? Let's see. Engel's still in the back. I think we are going to take a brief moment, look at some of the earlier altercations. So this is going to be looking with some of the GT4 cars. This is going to be Aki Raunio. And then just behind them is going to be one of the GT4s. I believe that's Pedro Silva. So coming up to the inside. Bit of a squeeze here. Coming through. Contact made. Bump in. And looks like he's going to go completely on the inside. On the grass there. Most curious. Looks like Milan is going to sidestep the fight entirely, meaning that he will be relinquishing the position, at least for now, to Engel. Stantinos. Holding firm. So Pedro Silva was taking that full inside, cutting the first corner. About to say cutting the chicane. Oh, thinking the wrong track here. But now we're once again heading into that changeover as we are seeing the first cars come in for their next stop. We've crossed well over the 100 lap mark here at Spielberg, the Red Bull Ring, and we are into final 100 minutes. Tick tock, the clock is ticking. We count down. See who has the advantage heading into this next pit stop phase, and who we should expect to see come out ahead, with the racers rapidly approaching their next pit windows and penultimate pit window. Because after this and one more stop, then it will be a straight shot to the finish for many. You will see that gung-ho attitude come out. Arguably more so than it already has for some. I mean, we still have plenty of time left here. But who's to say what could happen? It really is all up in the air. It's all on the table here. You don't really know until you get there. That's the joy of it. It is an unpredictable beast. That's why we love racing. See, here's going to be Oran Coste once again on the attack, but not on Campic this time. This time, their car of choice is going to be Kirill Petrov in the 117 McLaren. Keep in mind, we will still soon be heading in for the pits, so there will be a changeover in the wings, but looks like a very good exit from Laurent. Is going to squeeze them by, also having a GT4 on the left-hand side of them. Very nicely done. You can see Petrov considering trying to hang it to the inside and fire it down, but just too much of a good run there. Almost a perfect final sector and then straight for the Ferrari. They have well and truly handed themselves that spot. Nicely done indeed. A quality move there. Bellamy suitably impressed. Time to see what these last two stints have to offer then. And so far, it has impressed. Checking with some of the GT4s is Lagenberg. Dealing with a bit of traffic. But otherwise, having a decent run. See, Becker State has placed themselves as Campic is going to be ahead, but they are going to be into the pits now. See Jean-Philippe Nürnberger into P4. See Kevin Brown still be up ahead. Boothby hasn't actually made up much time compared to when we checked in with them before, and they were the one to watch considering the amount of time that they had gained. This hasn't been the case on this stint. They haven't been able to make that same kind of time up as they did previously. I guess they burnt a lot of their early steam, and now it's kind of the rebound of that push. You can always be susceptible to overdriving the car, and I'm not saying that's what happened here, but Boothby has suddenly stopped gaining time, so the conclusions are your own. Not going to jump to conclusions, but I have my thoughts. Current thought is that Boothby is a hard charger, but everyone has their limits. Every car has their limits too. That's the other aspect of it. It's one thing to say driver could keep pushing, but what about the car? Might be scrubbing those tyres too much. Too much lateral forces, skipping, producing an uneven surface. Could be a problem that they're dealing with. So they've got to monitor the health of their tyres pretty much all the time. Not an easy thing to manage. But nothing is in racing. Simply just not possible to have something that easily managed. See, this is going to be Niels Busch coming through here. See Pedro Silva actually closing in on Florian Ziege. Is there a stream for the 24 hours at the Nürburgring? I do not know. Don't believe so, but get that confirmed. Scott Smith moving through, trying to cut down on some of their time losses, gate, and get through this next phase of the track. I've got to say, I'm very impressed with everyone on this track. It's such a difficult task to race at this level, this long, under these circumstances. It is a Herculean task. And so, to be able to do this, it does command a lot out of you as a person. Really do have to be at the top of your game to race in this company. And for that, I am immensely impressed. What do you even say to some of these drivers? So you have raced this hard for this long and still managed to peel out such a lead. But here we go, he's Florian Ziege going a little bit slow into turn 3, but does hold the apex and does go for a bit of a squeeze, forcing Pedro Silva over the sausage curbs as there's a GT3 going down the inside line. They're going to drag race, heading down into turn 4 and into turn 5. It's going to be anyone's game as to who makes this one work. Who will be the triumphant victor out of this fight? Is going to be Silva just up ahead. It looks like it, because Ziga has taken the inside line, but not being able to hold the pace all the way through. Nice move. A little bit of contact, it looks like. We do have a contact warning coming out. And it looks like Ziga is not done yet. They're going to take command of the apex on the left-hand side as we head into the final sector now. Kampik and Petrov heading into the pits for the GT3 side. So we will see that transition period still be in effect. Remember, penultimate pit stop time coming up very soon. For many, many drivers. There will be a change in that order. Be a lot to play for. Field converges. But I am pretty eager to see it. Nothing else than now the fact that we will be seeing some changes. Aki Ranyo into the pit lane. Will we see the leaders heading in just yet? I don't think we will for a moment. I think we will see them in a couple of laps' time. But not quite as of yet. It's not time. Not yet time. I'm very impressed with the GT3 and GT4 grids. They've both had very different races and very different challenges over the entire session tonight. For the GT3, it's been a fast-paced, frenetic race of management of strategy, management of your car, finding balance with your chassis, not overdoing it. Compare that to GT4, where you've had to deal with a lot of moving parts, a lot of traffic in the form of traffic trying to overtake you. A bit of a different paradigm to the GT3 groups, but nonetheless, it has been a great showing from all sides. Just those who currently stand in the slower group of the two cars. But everyone who has joined that track today, worthy of commendation. TPB making his way around with the Ginettas of the field. Now into turn 1. Trying to get the pace up. Currently sat 28.190 and consistently running again in the 128. Doesn't seem to be making up the pace same way. I think that momentum has well and truly subsided, at least for now. Eager to see that comeback. But time will be a benefactor or a problem, depending on who you are. You've got to seek every opportunity to get that space and to get that move done. David Hoosh, the back of Paul M in P18. Closest two cars that we have on track right now. Camera's going to stay for just a little bit. Racers will have hit their balance points and will be evaluating what they want to do next. It's the bit that people often don't always see, but it's those additional considerations, those additional strategic judgments that come through during a race. I'd argue that's where the magic happens. That's what the best race-winning plays are made of. It's those quieter moments where you're just on track, in your own room, not under any immediate pressure, but still constantly thinking, judging, evaluating your next moves. It's that strategic thinking that is going to be paying off for many very soon. Sit in envy of the drivers capable of holding their composure for such extended periods of time, for such strenuous races. I mean, I look at Kevin Brom, classic example. Got his own room on the track, not feeling any immediate disturbances, and just holding the line. In the line, holding firm, and not bowing to any threat. That's what you got to be as a racing driver. Don't show any signs of cracking anytime soon. I mean, how's David Fuchs doing? He's on the back of M. Very close, in fact. Let's check in. David M, this point, on the defense. Going to be Fuchs having to take the inside line, take a bit of an awkward run. Going to the GT4 car, currently standing in their way. Not really got much choice in the way of attack angles, attack vectors. Forced into the position that they're currently in. No real sign of the situation clearing. Well, it remains committed all the time. Jubert heading into the pit. It's a good run. Denny here, looking at their next move, almost with trepidation, as the field compacts, bounces, got to be on the toes. Here we go. This could be what we've been looking for. Here's David Fuchs on to Paul M. Start, finish straight. Great line through turn one. That tends to be a line that secures moves and positions. And I think we might be seeing a no different here. Paul M almost a second down. We head down into turn two and then turn three. Maybe one of the GT4s taking the racing line, returning to the ideal and road blocking. In a way, that's going to be Paul M stuck behind the 408 of Richard Ficht. Victor. There will be a chance later, but right now, no chance. So Wiggle into the pit, say in the 110s, Nando Zico. Will be the judge. Louis Petzold also into the pit along with Pedro Silva, Florian Ziega. Oliver Martins in the 403 car is going to be our new GT4 lead. You're going to be one holding your reins, at least for now. Where does that leave us? Well, time will only tell. Yannick Schumacher into second for GT4. Stefan Brenz back on the hunt for a top 10 position, this time against Pascal Rodel. Race is young. And our drivers fierce. I don't think we're going to be seeing any mercy from anyone on that racetrack. Given the circumstances at play, I think to expect mercy is a fool's errand. They have already held the line for 3 hours at this point. Remember, with the ACC Drive Endurance Championship, it's a mix of 3 hour, 4.5 hour, and 6 hour endurance events. So when you get a position, you hold on to it like your life depends. There's now else that you would do. Hold on to that spot. Fight like heck for it. Yeah. Play it with a bit of patience too while you're at it. Enhard O'Day and Paul M into the pits now. Michael Gamelgard in the GT4. Konstantinos Engel in there as well. Both be into the 2 points seconds portion of the timing board, so they're teetering on a 2.9. No actual position gained as of yet, though still remains to be seen how they're going to be playing this one out. I for one am very curious. Engel is going to be out of the pits fairly quickly. Are they going to be emerging? They're going to be emerging in P9. Rodel into the pits means Nandor Zico is going to get into the 10th position. Well, them now coming out the pits as well. Gamelgard going to be out in last in 37th. There will soon be a change. Not just yet. Change nonetheless. Teams, the racers, they grow hungrier. The advantage that they can press in the competition. Scott Smith, Niels Bunch, and Pascal Rodel now out of the pits. Ismail Antal into the pits themselves. Kevin Brown still ahead with 9 seconds of advantage compared to the 11 they had before, so slight loss of time. Only slight, but still. Time loss is time loss. To accept it. What it is. Hopefully he'll be able to bounce back quickly. Here goes anyway. Pressure at all. Pressure on them all here. Smith and Bunch coming out of the pits now. Smith in P20, Niels Bunch in P21. David Wall in the GT4s into the pits, along with Ismail Antal, who is still there but about to make their way out. There you go. That's going to be their emergence. With me into 2.9. Antal out in P7. Stefan Brenz is going to be much further away behind. So we're going to see that timer, that delta creep up as recalibrate. David Wall with a fairly quick stop and making their way out now. So they are going to be in P7 of the GT4s. Maybe out ahead. So they will. Well, quite a margin on Victor. Loris O'Wiggle within a couple of seconds of Mike Hammer. Being under a pressure of his own, albeit from an unexpected place. I do wonder sometimes what is going on with some of these drivers, where their heads at as they do these races. If you haven't been able to tell already, I'm very fascinated with the mental game, as it were, the mind games that come into play with some of these drivers. Looks like we have got the pit in now of Boothby, Braun, Brenham. The Boothby's pit box is ahead of the others. He technically is in first right now, although that will not be expected to hold. So we will soon see the others come out. Second now. See more going in. I say Braun comes out. Where is Brenham? Merge. It's going to be just round Alpine there. Just behind them even. Boothby going to be making his way out remarkably close. I think he's actually, if anything, gaining more time. David Fuchs, well as Lagenberg and Spear Gregory. Yeah, Boothby's gained a whole second in the pit lane there. Not sure how he's done that. Their pit stops were practically identical. I think just a slightly faster approach from Boothby and a bit more optimal running to that point. Interesting stuff from him there. It's a lot on the line. You can tell from the way they drive, they mean business. Again, seriously impressive stuff from these two. They both be, and then Braun as well, gaining time. I think Brenham actually was the one with the slower pit stop, because Braun has gained a second of time. Yeah, he's gained Braun to Brenham. And Boothby is just reeling in even harder. Kapinski into P6 as he's gone into the pits, and Gabor Szabo is going to be the one in P5 for now. See in the distance, there is the target. Cleanly presented right in front of them. The primary objective for this driver into this next portion of the endurance event. How can I close in on my primary target? Oystein Brenham, you better be careful, because there is someone fast approaching and they're not going to be waiting around. Like, they are right there. In a similar light, here's Loris O'Wiggle. So we're going to see the poke the nose in the 115. Really running aggressive while they can here. Again, nothing being left to chance. And no time spared. Loris will be hot on the heels of Mike Hammer. Well, how is Boothby going to be doing there? In fact, they're right behind this fight, so let's stick on board with these two. Because we've got, albeit on different laps, two very similar fights quickly coming to the fore. In a race without limits, this is the session you want to be paying attention to. I'm just nervous more than anything. Looking how hard these drivers are pushing some of their lap times. I mean, Boothby's just hit 27.9. The thing that always scares me with some of these moments is when the drivers can't always hold it together for long. There is going to be an immediate element of worry. Just out of the fact that these cars are not easy to control. They are not easy to control at all. Particularly cars like the Porsche that love to get a bit of slip angle but can very quickly hit that point of no return and effectively rendering you a passenger. Once that happens, it's a scary ordeal. So you've got to be vigilant. Be so vigilant with these cars. The GT4s, they're a little bit more forgiving because their speed is based in the mechanical. So you don't have that immediate aero concern. And with the aero not being as big of a part of the equation, you don't get that variance. There is a bit of variance in behavior with these aero packages. Can't always read how the car is going to react when, say, you're behind another car. It happens. But there we go. After all of that, we have ourselves an exciting run. We have Øystein Brenham and George Boothby. They have swapped positions. Boothby is going to be the one that holds the line. And into P2, the Mustang continues his charge. Although he's lost time, 12.5 seconds away from Braun. You will have yourself quite an interesting turn of events. So, as the session stands, let's take charge and let's take stock of where we are. Lafleur just heading into the pits now. So we have Kevin Braun into first position, and, well, into first position. He's held it for pretty much the entire session. Holding strong, 12.5 seconds. George Boothby just making his way up into P2, but not to be outdone. Øystein Brenham is still there, is still within a second, so he might still have a chance to go for a counter-attack. Meanwhile, on the GT4s, it's going to be Yannick Schumacher leading from Lewis Petzold, given there have been a couple of hiccups, a couple of mistakes coming in from the Maserati. In fact, we're going to wind back the clocks and take a look back at one of these incident flags now, as here's the number 401 car heading into turn 3. See, trailing off the back of Yannick Schumacher in the 402, just having contact with one of the GT3s, and those smaller mistakes, they creep on you. They get a bit of time. Each time it's let's say half a second to a second. But each time those seconds add up. And those seconds can quickly run away from you. If you are not careful, you will very easily find yourself in a spot of bother, with a lot of time that you need to make up, and fast. So it's an awkward scenario, to be sure. Field is unforgiving, and you will not be given any slack. When it comes to your performance on track, you have to bring your A game every time. See, quite the condensed traffic. As here is Petzold. You've got multiple GT3s, GT4s going alongside each other, as that is Yannick Schumacher trying to get around a back marker. There's going to be one of the GT3s. The contact's briefly being made. One of the GT3s having to go to the side of the course. Who is that there? trying to see exactly what car that is. I think it's Gabor Zabo. Yes, it is. Zabo just trying to get ahead of Petzold. See the 121 as well. That is going to be Christian Buddy. Also making their way through. Zabo back past Yannick Schumacher. Let's see what these racers can really do now. Of course, final phases. This is where it gets serious. Nobody is safe anymore. Because at the start of the race, it's very chaotic, very frenetic. Everyone just trying to get their early positions in, get themselves into a safe spot and establish where they want to be for the rest of the race. Midsection, it can tend to mellow out. It's not going to be setting the world on fire, per se, but it is still an important part of the race for setup alone. However, where we are now, at the end of the race, this is where everyone has to, having made their bed, they now have to lie in it. Now have to commit to the decisions that they have made with this race. Because once the final stint has been completed, then that is all the more valid. But right now, the big £1 million question is, who will be the one to cross that checkered flag first in each group? Now, there are some standouts. I'm a firm believer that anything's on the table. See Brenham still within a second of Boothby and trying his best to keep him close. See Boothby getting around some of the back markers and trying to break away, but that breakaway is not quite happening as of yet. You see Laurent Costet, in fact, having to brake heavily as they are fighting alongside Max Baumgartner. Really are trying to go for some room. Having to back out for fear of an accident. That would have ended in disaster. They committed to that line, they would have gone straight into the rear quarter of Max in the Mustang. That would have been curtains for their race effort otherwise. So, just got to keep the lid on it, for the time being anyway. See the race out as best as one can. You do see it going one of two ways. You either see it from the perspective of the racer trying to gain while they still can. That's where you get to see more aggressive driving and a lot of push from the field. Or you see the opposite end of the spectrum. You see drivers actually yielding off, opting to be conservative and play it a bit more safe, which is a strategy preferred if you are trying to just get the car. Both strategies are viable and have their merits, and it's very contextual to the situation you're in. Now, I am a firm believer that if you have a chance to gain a position, you should always go for it, because opportunities are rare, especially at this level of competition. But as we are seeing right now with Costet, there can be high notes and there can be low notes. He's very much under pressure from Baumgarten. And as much as he has been fighting forward, he's had also some pretty big hiccups as well. Though he's up massively on his original starting position at P22. We've also seen him be hit by a couple of setbacks. So it's all about your situation. It's about your context and where you currently find yourself sat relative to the current race. I could very easily turn around and say, I want to go for this position. Then do everything in my power to commit to it, only for it to not pan out. Or if I play it a bit safer, I might be under attack for driving too safe, not pushing the boat out in terms of pace. Seeing Baumgarten right now just trying his best to go aggressive. Who will be the one? See a couple of cars popping in and out there. Geez, immersion brake. Just lying in wait. Seeing who has the wherewithal to go for the next move. I'm personally waiting to see if Oystein Bradham will go for something, because he does still have a viable chance. He's kept really good pace to Boothby for a good chunk of this race now. I think he is within a good shot of actually holding on and keeping Boothby honest. It's about whether that's what he wants to go for. That can be a tall order for any driver to keep that kind of pace on. See Baumgarten losing a bit of time to Castay, and then the GT4's massively displaced across the field. Safe to say the positions for most of the GT4s, unless there is a major shake-up, are fairly set in stone. Unlikely that we're going to see a major change in the order from that side of the aisle for a good while. Foundation of this race built on consistency, and many drivers have demonstrated that. The 37 drivers on this field earlier, 39, unfortunately 2 drops, but it has been shown plentifully the actions of the drivers. Just curious when we are going to see someone pull the trigger on a move, because it has been a little bit since anyone's gone for something, and I think that we will be soon seeing something come out. At least a couple of the races. You can only hold and be patient for so long, in my experience. Even the most patient of racers have their limits. Looks like we have had a bit of an incident with the 122 car, but we're going to keep an eye here as Castay is going to be squared off, and Baumgarten is going to all of a sudden go on the hunt for space, and that space will be taken. Massive stuff there. Quickly executing on a move opportunity that presented itself. See, that's what we mean right here. That's what I was looking for. It's that quick execution. The minute you see an opportunity, you snap it up, you go for it. Do not wait for them to open the door, hold it, and find you a chair. You get that move, you get that position done. Just gonna quickly check back in and see what's happened with the 122 car. So this is none other than Scott Smith. Try and get a gauge of one of the incidents we missed a moment ago. He's going to be heading through into turn 1. He's going to be on the inside one of the GT4s and just bumping. They both bump out of the track field, or the track surface. Garten and Kiste still fighting, but in the end it is going to be Baumgarten who takes the top honours. We're going to check in as well with another car. This is going to be Aki Ranyo. Suffering a little bit in just a bit of a wobble, I think. Going to be one of the GT3s. And ooh, light tap there. So, of course, many of these situations at the behest of the drivers to be investigated. We will see what comes of it as the report will inevitably be made and the opinions come in. Tell you what, I really want to see what the racers are thinking right now in terms of holding their race together. Because there's not a lot that can be done for many of these drivers. You've just got to keep it going. It's almost a dichotomy. You've stuck in one of two positions and you can't move forward but can't move back either. Many racers are finding themselves in this middle ground, in this purgatory of sorts, as there isn't any opportunity to forge ahead. Now, if I was one of the racers in this position, my answer would be that of standing your ground. Looks like we have got Nando Zico coming in fairly early on. Not sure what his game plan is here, but certainly coming in quite early on. Not really fitting within the current stint timings. If he'll have to pit in again at this point. If this is his actual pit strategy, he is going to have to come in again for a second time. Won't be able to make it under these current conditions. See Ranyo dropping down. Number 407 car, of course, having his issue from earlier. See what's happening here. So this is a replay coming in for Kevin Braun. Trying to see exactly what's happened. Like he's coming up on one of the blue flag GT3s and oh no, not good. Massive slide and contact made. He's lost a ton of time. Boothby is now only 5 seconds away instead of 12. What we're saying about anything can happen. Anything can happen, and something has just happened. Believe it or not, folks. Something has indeed just happened. Who's going to be the one to capitalize? Alternatively, will we be able to see a quick recovery? I'm just as hungry for an attack from the competition as the next person. But one thing that needs to be kept in mind is that the best race is a quiet one. I'm going to clock back a moment. You're going to see, look, Konstantinos Angel. Going to be them coming through down a second sector. Looks like a little bit of a... Oh, that's major contact as it goes through, trying to get round GT4 of none other than Luis Petzold. And just not having any luck. I think that was Lafleur who was coming up behind. And just got a classic case of rock and a hard place. So we are now into the final hour. And things are looking up. Although at the lead end of the field, it is looking like it isn't as safe of a position as once thought. In particular, We look to the likes of Braun, who did have that altercation with a blue flagged car. And now will be under threat. Apologies, the overlay didn't fully reset there. I'm looking at Brenham as well. 1.5 seconds away from Boothby. He's trying to close that gap down. I've got to really hand it to Brenham. They got overtaken, but they have refused to drop anywhere further than 2 seconds this entire time. That is commitment. That is a consistency that is tough to match. You really can't get much better than that. To take a hit in position like that and then just continue to forge ahead in spite of the setback, that is a truly commendable feat. You can see now Brenham is coming up to the back of some GT4 traffic. That is going to peel him away ever so slightly, but it's not going to be a deterrent from their mission. The fight continues, the path continues. The session will progress into its last moments. Last stint is nearly upon us, is nigh upon us, folks. And with that, a very exciting sense of finality to it all. Will be that last step. And a sense of relief washing over many who are on this track. I know if I was in their position after having driven for 4+ hours, I'd be ecstatic to make it to the end. It is such a challenge, such a battle. And you cannot even begin to put into words the commitment level, the level of grit, the drive. Every single car that takes itself to that track. You have to possess incredible willpower. That's not even considering driving and keeping this level of consistency. Really is some special talent on this field. Cannot say that enough. We are witnessing some truly special drivers adorn the racetrack here tonight. Apologies if my voice is going a little bit. Try and keep energy up as best as one can while balancing broadcast and the health of my actual vocal cords. Haven't been under the best condition as of late. My apologies for that. See Loris Wiggle and Nando Zico go for a little bit of a squabble. And amidst all of that, say Wiggle is determined, not going to let anything stop them. They've had enough drama for their race to fill a lifetime. Doesn't look like they're going to be stopping here. Zico being pushed back as we head into the end of Sector 2 and into the final sector now. No such circumstances will stop them getting what they want. And a quick swish through. Going to put quickly to rest any doubt about this racer. So now Zico still in the back line, not going to be disappearing. But Wiggle's done a good job getting them out of the way. Brenham has dropped out of 2-second mark and into 2.7 to be specific. Neusler is on the defensive. Christian Buddy and through is not Laurent Coustet. into the pits. Looks like they're going to be playing it very close to the wire in terms of their stint timings. And that makes me wonder as well what the others are going to do. The rest of the racers going to be doing on that track in terms of their pit strategy. You can't lay that to chance. Really have to be smart about how you play this one. And I can't lie, I'll be a little bit concerned. This is a crucial moment. So you have to play your time with the utmost precision. Be extremely careful. Well. As the minute, even if you get it just a second off, you could risk being overtaken. It's a delicate balance. Very delicate balance indeed. And you need to nail that balance in order to have success on this racetrack. Ricardo Morgan, one of the GT4s, and we haven't really looked too much at the GT4s. They've been fairly content in their own pocket of the race course, but that may be subject to change. We're now grinding our way through. We'll have a big opportunity, a window of opportunity. Soon we will have a lot of drivers heading into the pits too. Not sure what the timings are going to be precisely for many. Do know is that we are going to be coming up to that time for long. I know many of the racers don't plan on waiting around when it comes to pass. You've got to get those pit stops done in record time if you want any success. The Ricardo Morgan coming up to the back of Mike Schiller. There's going to be Sasha Wittig coming in with a incident warning. A drive-through clear for number 408 is Richard Fichte. Well, there's a couple of drive-throughs earlier. I'll say a lap 118 we had for a 411. That was going to be for the give me words. Completely betray me. That's going to be for Jean-Maurice Kamke. Schiller is really in the crosshairs now as Morgan trying to close in as much as they can. See, they're going to draw a very wide line there as they've come out of the way of the blue flag. Going to be pitting in for Vladimir Samuel and Marek Neisler. Aki Raunio. That pit stop phase has begun in full. Now seeking for the chance. Magic to begin. Be the... Let's see. It'll be Baumgarten into the pits. So Mike Hammer actually closing in a little bit. Going to be onto the back of Nando Zico. How that is going to be effective of their race. There's certainly a lot riding on it for certain teams and certain drivers here tonight. Let's hope that we get some magic out of the paddock. Not every day get to race like this. But you've got to make the most of it. 2 minutes to go. The engines roar as Mike Hammer's going to get ahead of Tripod going through owing to the pit stop, and Hammer is coming up hot. They're going to be splicing either side, Luis Petzold, and that is where the opportunity presents. Going to go into turn 3, a little bit more aggressive line from Zico. Big old sweep down the inside. Hammer's not going to get the space. He's going to get caught off guard by the move. Going to be ending up relinquishing that opportunity there. Did not quite pan out on this one. But they can rest assured that they are still close. So an opportunity is still on the horizon by my count. See, regardless, Hammer is still going to be fighting hard, although Zico's going to excuse themselves and take a bit of a break, given they have just gone into the pits. Check back on some of the incident logs that were reported. So this is Sasha Bittig. So in through turn 1. That's Baumgarten, and just trying to stick to racing line and making contact with the Mustang there. So have a drive-through being cleared for the 103 car, so that's Kruselberg. But here is Anatoly Kroitin as we head into Sector 2. See what they have to say about their race. So you just come in now, sweeping down to the inside, bit of contact there. Is going to be forcing wide into the marbles for the Mercedes AMG we just saw. Zico into the pits themselves. Niels Bunch in with Luis Petzold, Maurice Kampke and Richard Fichte. We're saying last chances, last pits. For many. That window, that everlasting window. You have to be on it. It's something so precise. Something that you have to be very wary of. Say Boothby having a incident flag with, I believe, one of the GT4 cars. So let's see what happened here. Let's see, it's Aki Ranyo. So we are getting to the later hours. So coming through turn 3. Okay, just trying to rejoin, and a bit of a jab coming in from Boothby. Out of turn 3. Be Stephen Brenz, Loris O'Wiggle, Scott Smith, all into the pits. Sasha Wittig, Ricardo Morgan. Take your stay back onto Campic now. A bit of a deja vu there. Yeah, a little bit of a deja vu in for some. Scott Smith into the pits. Brand's now out. Kevin Braun into the pits as well. He's gone with an interesting strategy because he's not synced up anymore with Brenneman Boothby. So he's now going to be on a different cadence to Boothby, who is now leader. Unless he has some magical strategic masterclass in mind, I don't know how this one's going to play out. I am a little bit questioning how this is exactly going to play. In the case of brutal honesty, I feel a little bit like that was a misplay. But I'll be very happy if proven wrong. He did still have a 5-second advantage coming into the pit stop, so very well could just be about maximizing the current space available. Either way, we are going to see Boothby up ahead. Brenham is 4 seconds down. See Luka Lipinski heading in. The GT4s you see yielding far wide as Kustay still on the back of Campic now. Trying to get a little bit more elbows out, a little bit more aggression coming in. Certainly some fight coming out of that Ferrari. Heading through turn 1 around the outside, has a bit more speed on the exit. Campic could try and go for the inside. See what happens here. They is going to be holding the corner through turn 3. A mighty run there and can lock it in through some of the areas into turn 4 and 5. Campic getting stuck behind some of the GT4s, losing time, having to take a suboptimal run. Engel and Swatko both heading in. Boothby and Brenham still out. Now where are they going to go? Indeed, will they? Time is of the essence now. Final half an hour fast approaching. 156 laps in. Coming in soon to lap 157. B holds the lead, though still needs a pit stop. Stint time is a crucial factor here. Pascal Rehi in it. Girl is out now, making their way out. Yeah, I think Lafleur has made a pretty strong recovery. That's something that I am impressed by, considering their earlier misgivings. That's not the right word, but despite their earlier situations, say, earlier incidents, have had quite the recovery drive as Campic and Kustay continue to fight it out. A little bit of rubbing is racing going on here. Still on the attack. And Campic still going to be really pushing hard. Looks like we do have a bit of an issue. There is Luka Lipinski round. Let's see exactly what happened here. Back to the replay. See Lipinski coming through turn 3 and oh, what happened there? They're just sweeping to the left all of a sudden and then trying to rejoin the track, making contact. That's going to be with the 411 of Florian Ziege. And just like that, that has very quickly spiraled out of control for them. Not looking good. Not looking good at all. So Neil Bunch going for the inside attack and in fact bumping Jason Lenz completely off the track. That's going to be them off into the gravel. See Campic and Kustay continuing to joust one another. Trying to catch this all in replays and capture everything. But it's tough. All of a sudden everything kicked off at once. As if the switch had been flipped in the driver's mind. It's like, right, time for the bonsai phase of the race, and here we are. Robert Pleath heading in with Hammer and Lafleur. Marchand Ragland into P10. Silent rise to power. Will be the one to claim a small victory of their own. Milan's going to have a pocket of their own space of the track after much turbulence and much fighting. I think that's something that they're relishing right now. Campic still behind Kuste. Not having any luck with those attacks. Still very much wanting the position and not being afraid to get the elbows out and the hands dirty. So that's a driver that you certainly want to be aware of. Because he has immense pace, immense talent. Skill is sure there. It's just when they get the elbows out on that track, you've got to be aware of your surroundings. Because you never know when he's going to strike, when he's going to go for it. Wait, that's a car stopped on the track. That is going to be Lipinski. I think Lipinski has run out of fuel. And that is going to be them done by the looks of things. Yep, they are returned to the pit lane. Lipinski is done. Fuel is out. And so are their chances. An unfortunate end to a campaign that was otherwise strong in terms of bringing a consistent race. A couple of dramas, they had a couple of mistakes, but they still had that resilient factor. Still committed to bringing it home. A shame, really. See Campic and Kuste continuing to drag race each other. Is going to be once again coming to blows. The both of them knocking on each other's doors as we go through turn 3. Nobody is leaving each other alone. I've got the incident log here of when drivers make contact. Half of it is these two. They really are embodying the rubbing is racing mentality. Bruselberg into the pits now. He's going to be dropping it down. Lipinski's going to be in that pit for quite a while as well. Brenham and Boothby yet to go in themselves. They might go for a last-minute splash and dash if their timers permit. But we are in officially the final half an hour now. Final 30 minutes of this race, and this is the most telling where the drivers' priorities are. Anyone's going to go for that move. Now is the time to go for it. Now is when you want to go and really make that statement to your opponent, because you never know when you're going to get that chance again. You might not get a chance at all. So you have to make that mission statement. I think that's where we are going to see the elbows out the hardest, especially with where our eyes are currently trained. I'm picking Kuste. We will also see a bit of a similar fight with Milankis and Ricky Lafleur. I don't think that these two are the only fight on track. They just have to be the most active right now. See Kuste still on the defensive and gradually moving over to prevent Campic from getting any kind of advantage. It's that tactical driving that really is being shown in full here. Driving like a real tactician and refusing to yield. Gotta say, I am impressed. Look, Campic is finally going to get the one up on Kuste here. Finally gonna happen. I think, in fact, if anything, we'll see a replay of this So going around, they turn 4, turn 5 now, just a bit of a better wrangle. Going side by side into the second sector, and then eventually the third safety state goes a little bit too far to the outer shell. A bit of a squeeze out, turning into contact and then into the gravel. Stays down into P15 with 14, or P16 with 15 going to Campik. Milan Kiss is another one we should be watching out for though, as well, as they're on the heels of Ricky Lafleur. In an energetic fight and raucous battle this has been, start to finish for many. But every racer has their limit. Something we were saying many a time. And I think we will soon see the limits of these two. Milan has had a wobble, Lafleur has had a couple of incidents. You're not gonna get an easy ride. And I don't think anyone is going to be giving them any slack. Especially given their current positions. No such slack will be tolerated, let alone given. So, here we go. Milan Kiss on the back of Ricky Lafleur, dealing with a GT4 visitor that has brought them even closer together now. See, still running for it. And poking the nose, and gets the apex at turn 3. Good exit. Lafleur not able to get the speed out on the exit. Nicely done. The Ferrari right there. That is a move of all time. We do have quite the window being opened here. That 110 Ferrari knows how to make an entrance, it seems. Suitably impressed by that move. That was clean. Very clean move. No drama. No needing to play elaborate mind games, just better positioning and ultimately a better exit, confirming. Suitably happy with that. But now where do we stand anyhow? Milan is going to have about a second on Lafleur, and let's check in with some of the others. So Braun is going to be past Boothby now. And it's just Oystein Brenham. Boothby with the 27.950, their fastest lap and fastest lap holder. Means he's got work to do. Session is young. Well, at least we still got 25 minutes. I don't know why I keep saying that. At this point, it must be out of force of habit. Now, we will have the final stint fully upon us, and that is an exciting prospect, certainly for myself. As we have watched these drivers bring nothing but the best in terms of their racing efforts. They've been great sportsmen. They've been exciting to watch. I have loved this event from start to finish. I guess as we get into this final phase, to thank all of you at home watching as well, for humouring me and mannerisms at times. It is always a pleasure being a part of these events, and I'm always grateful to LFM and the team behind it all who provide this opportunity. I haven't been in the box as much as I'd like to have been this season, but it has still been brilliant, and certainly hope to return more often in the future and in the future seasons, team permitting and circumstances permitting. Final clock-ins for many, as the session does draw into its final stage. I don't know where this is going to go. I think we will see a few different drivers try and take their chances. I think we will see a few who have fairly comfortably settled into position and don't want to rock the boat. I think we'll have a few as well who have got their own missions in mind and don't want to be challenged in the undertaking of said missions. One thing that's clear is that as we draw into this final stage of the race, that every driver on this track has more than earned the right to call themselves a proper sim racer, professional sim racer. I know professional is something that carries a lot of weight, but if you can run this race to the finish, if you kept your nose clean, you haven't had any major issues or caused any major issues, then you have what it takes. Certainly have proven that you have the fortitude, the grit, so if anyone on this track is doubting themselves, doubting whether they are part of that group, then I assure you, you're doing just fine. Checking in on a couple of different drivers who are close. For example, Jason Lenz, 21st right now, trying to catch up to Niels Bunch. Running out of opportunities to forge ahead. I don't know where drivers could make up positions at this point. That's the interesting thing. We're in lap 166. We have 20 minutes to go. That's going to be about, I want to say, 10 to 12 laps. 3 minutes for 2 laps. 12. Yeah, about 13 laps, actually, we'd say. We don't really know how there's going to be enough time for any big challenges. I'm personally of the belief that at this point, nobody wants to fight. Everyone is just focused on bringing the car home now, because if you're fighting, you're exerting yourself more, you're exerting the car more, you're exerting the tyres. You cannot afford that. And to bow out of the race at this stage, citing fuel issue, that would be the most brutal end to a campaign that I think we'd ever see. Certainly one of the worst ways to end out your races is to have to bow out on fuel issues. So hopefully it never comes to pass for well, it doesn't come to pass for anyone here. I'd certainly be livid with myself if that's what I did. You wouldn't let yourself live it down. Drivers are now just focused on bringing their race to a close with minimal dramas and minimal issues. No chance for error if you don't engage. I think that's where the headspace is at. So take a bit of a walk here. Stay. Trying to chase Kampic down. Scott Smith on the back of crew. Kirill Petrov. Running out steep for a fight, but certainly getting there. Just take it home. That's all that matters now. Take it home. Yeah. Ronkuste closing in that gap now. And Ricardo Morgan could be another driver to watch too. So they have got quite the three-way fight. It's going to be hang on a moment, something's going on here with the timing board. It's freaking out right now. So that's Tom Winch in the Ginetta right there. Just dropped 2 positions, overtaken both by Shoto Boto and Ricardo Morgan. So now the advantage is under pressure from the McLaren only. Both managed to get ahead, and is going to be a bit of a question mark about this section of the race. Because you don't know where it's going to land. I don't think it will be viable to go for an attack at this stage. The commitment is high. And we will have Morgan still there, even amidst the traffic that is forming and chasing them down. Checking, of course, with favourites Kuste in a second. Rodell also on the back of Ricky Lafleur could be another one to watch. But there's going to be Morgan almost getting marooned off. As we're just on board watching the various different GT3 cars sweeping their way. Looks like something's happened. There's Tom Winch. No! You see, it's going to be from the helicopter here right now. So, we're on board Tom Winch, number 404, going off of the racing line to yield to the GT3s. Gets passed by the 103, just sliding too much, taking the marbles, spinning round, and looking backwards on track. Now, barely getting avoided by some of the other cars. Recovering now, but not quite so easily. We're going to see also Shoto be overtaken by Ricardo Morgan, but is not going to be holding it as we're going now into turn 2 and 3, and the two are drag racing. Morgan having a bit more speed though is going to be able to command the corner. Shoto is trying their best to get a switch back there, not having the chance to dip out and get the nose in early. That's going to be a trouble. It's going to be a problem. Going to have to resolve that fast. See Shoto still on the back. I'm very impressed with the amount of drive that these drivers still have to go for position. It is extremely commendable how even after this long it's still going to be a proper fight, a proper, not war per se, not necessarily the right word, but we are seeing the drivers really give everything to this. So with a race soon to draw to a closer, the fact remains that many on this course have more than proven themselves. Check in with a classic battle. Is Kiste going around the outside of Campic and getting a bit more speed, making contact, having to go off the circuit, and then rejoin to continue their fight. Let's go Riddell coming up to Ricky Lafleur as well, a little bit further up the road. We'll check in with them momentarily. They've more than proved themselves. Everyone on this course has earned their wings, earned their stripes. And going through... Now see, everyone just trying to make something out of this final section. Do have these two brawling and sprawling all over the circuit. Really are leaving nothing to chance. So this is most magical. Like it's not even a fight at this point. It's a dance between two drivers. They're constantly challenging each other, constantly looking for the next opportunity to sweep to the left, to the right. Take it back now, y'all. 2 taps this time, and the two are drag racing once again. It's just the amount of fighting that they're doing, and still not done. Although saying that, bit too much elbow. Little bit too much elbow there. Coming out from the shell. On the spicy side. Sure. No, I do genuinely mean it. It is quite the sight to behold, watching all these racers fight with this level of passion. Because you don't get to see it very often. And when you do get to see it, sometimes it can be marred by other issues. It's not always most easily observable. But it is certainly a spectacle. I say Castaic and Campic still here. Let's check in with Riddell and Lafleur, as they are coming in fairly hot. And I think will be stars of this next chapter of the race, if you will. The final chapter. We are going to be seeing them really come in close. I don't know how this is going to play out. I do know we are fast on the approach towards a big finale. Big finish. And for many drivers, this is going to be the last chance they have. I mean, look at Kevin Braun actually coming up through the ranks. 1.5 seconds to Oystein Brenham. We have a penalty drive-through cleared for the number 410 car. Now this is determination. Let's look at Kevin Braun. He's going to be on a crusade now. This race is bigger than himself. Wants this. Really is going for that. Not going to let anything stop him. You go, Braun. Look at him making his way through that traffic, coming up hot on Oystein Brenham. Only a second separates the two. teetering on that edge, that precipice. He's right there within the GT4s as well, having to duck around. Just going to be up the road. Ever so slightly up the road there to see Braun trying to close in, coming in hot. And sweeping his way around. That is Braun now with a direct shot, a straight shot. By golly, it looks like he's going to take it. Mighty close. Position practically begging to be challenged for. It's time for Brenham to feel the pressure as we come into lap 175. Lap 175 here. Time to go racing. And this is going to be some very special racing indeed. Have ourselves in front of us. Bit of a conundrum going on here as Brenham getting the caution. Braun is 2 tenths, 2 singular tenths away. Really angling for that move. Really wants to go for it now. It's got to go and get the run. And do it fast. Because he's not going to have much time. There isn't going to be much time for him to actually commit and close the move as well. So if he wants this, he's got to do it soon. We're coming up to 5.5 minutes. He's got about 3 laps left, realistically. And then his window is closed. We'll have run out that sacred opportunity. Then he's in real trouble. Going for a bit of a squabble as he's got GT4 traffic to have to contend with. There's a big gaggle of cars coming out turn 3. Boothby even set a couple of seconds behind. I don't know if he's going to be able to close in time. We're assuming for the purposes of this that he's not necessarily a horse in this race, but we'll have to keep an eye on him nonetheless. Boothby did go for that back of the grid start. Artificially imposing a challenge. Certainly giving us a good show here back in the box. Thus we shall see how it comes to pass. The end of the session rapidly approaching. Clock is ticking. So where does that leave us? Just with a pretty complicated scenario. Boothby could potentially get this time reeled back in. But it's going to be a long shot. Braun and Brenham do joust and spar. The track is their battlefield. And they shall indeed do battle. But not without consequence. before long, the session will come to a close, but also Brenham and Braun's fighting will draw in Boothby. He's already gained a second. So time is not going to be on these two side. They're in fact fighting against the clock more than anything. Even so, Brennan, Braun, Boothby, 2 laps remain, and they're all within a second. This is where the fight is at now, folks. This is where it's got to happen. It's going to come to blows, and it's going to happen here. Drivers have got to be on their best behaviour, lest they not survive the gauntlet that comes. It's going to be a tough one, but coming up to some GT4 traffic as well. It's going to face a bit of a roadblock. Braun briefly hesitates. Brenham is the car to beat in all of this. You can see that yellow Vantage sniffing at any opportunity that they can find. Going to be Milan Kiss and Larissa Wiggle also going for a bit of a trade underneath them. But this will be the penultimate lap. We've officially crossed the boundary. And next lap will be the final lap of the race. I mean, what a session that we have had, though. Can't really argue for anything better. What a session it has been. Get the call from race control. The leader is on the final lap of the race. Give it all you got. It looks like these few will do exactly that. Boothby, hot on the heels of Kevin Braun. Was ahead before, had to stop in. Or at least certainly lost a lot of time. And now it's a chance for that retribution. Here comes Braun on the inside. He's going to have to defend like his life depends on it. Brief contact made between the two as they come out of turn 3. Caution flags being flown as the two of them do come together for that split second. Even so, not going to be deterred from their continued fighting and sparring all the way to the bitter end. We'll see drivers go back and forth, trading blows. Will there be any last-minute changes? They say Oystein Brenham is going to lead off. Boothby is a second down from Braun. Braun half a second, but I think this is going to be curtains for this session. And 4.5 hours later, 4.5 hours stronger, plus qualifying. You have one driver who comes around the final corner. It is going to be Oystein Brenham, the West Competition Racing Cars, the 102. There you go. What a showing. Braun in second and Boothby in third. A close trio. Really bringing it to the end of the line. What a performance. Let's see Vladimir and Luis Petzold briefly coming together. With Fuchs having finished the race. And Yannick Schumacher is the leader of the GT4s as well. Has had a bit of a fight with Petzold, but has been largely uncontested. Certainly not contested in the way that we've seen from our leaders up at the front. Been a real treat to be on board for this, and a real treat to watch the drivers race at the top of their game. There we are, coming through the rest of the field now. Last few runs, last few cars coming through. So immensely impressive from the entire field. But here's going to be Yannick Schumacher, winner of the GT4s. Louis Petzold and cross as well, and Leonard Fell in the third position, and the last cars now making their way through finish. So Shoto Boto is across the line, and that is done. So Branzini being disqualified, Leopold leaving early as well, along with Lipinski out-fueling themselves, running out of fuel. That is session done. And that is where we thank you, folks. It's been an absolute blast. 4.5 hours done. GG's to all the drivers. Of course, it certainly takes a heck of a lot of strength to be able to do this, but this is where we're going to be signing off here from LFM. Of course, check out our other series during the week. Subscribe to our social medias, as well as consider following the channel. Thank you again to everyone who followed today. We crossed that 5,000 follower threshold, and we are immensely thankful to everyone who supports us here and makes it possible to do what we do. Of course, if you want to get involved yourself, you want to check out the website, check out our Discord, and jump on today. We're not just ACC, we've got AC, AMS2, Race Room, you name it, we've probably got it. But for now, my name's been Ben Sapsford. Thank you for watching, as well as thank you to Cristiano Romano for covering the first half of the race today. So the formations, the first hour, and of course the qualifying. Thank you to him, and we will see you all here later another time. Catch us on the Thursdays and the Sundays, as well as during the week. Goodbye.